Alright already. I've just gotta beat him, yeah?
That's right! Thank you so much!
Thank you so much! I love you! I love you so much!
You're a real handful.
Look over
fine.
there! Royal Army tanks!
This is far too many.
Okay, I know we can do a shout out for Ellie. I have to pick and choose who I do the shout outs for because of the content,
Skulls
because I try to keep
Cupcakes. Pull up a
the
chair.
content safe for all ages, and I know we won't get that from Ellie, so.
Welcome,
There we go.
Snowmare. Pull
I
up a
was too
chair.
busy looking at your nipples.
What did I just say, Ellie? I said safe for everybody, and I get that clip. Ellie. And finally, the last outfit I've been missing. Are you kidding? That was the last one I
No.
missed?
I
Why
know
is that the
story
last
going
one I
on.
missed? What are
How
the
you
chances
do
of
it?
that being the last one I missed? What are the absolute chances of that being the last one
Funky
I
Celia.
miss?
It's a pleasure to see you.
There you are. Okay, you back away. Good. It's out in the water. Yes! 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 I'm gonna destroy these cabbages. My cabbages! Wait, I got it right. My cabbages! Is that better? Ah! I'm glad this guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? I'm trying to pick things up to— oh, great. It's gonna get worse, isn't it? God, y'all! At least I can sit now. I'm holding shift so I don't move forward that fast. Okay, where? I can't see it. Guys. Hello and good morning, everybody. Hello to Skulls. Hello to Snow. Hello to Door. Hello to Somya. Hello. I'm in the middle of my little kind of lake. Lake isn't the right term. I'm in the middle of this area here. You've seen this area before. We're over here in this. I've been working on getting rid of this bit of island here that you can see. The main reason is I wanted to make sure that we had a nice open area. Hey, CB. I wanted to make sure we had a nice open area here, right? So that way they're coming in. This will probably get adjusted here to be a bit closer, and there'll probably be stuff going here. But I wanted something that really opened this up more. As well as along here I want to open up. But I wanted to start by getting this little bit over here. But I hope y'all are doing well. I'm using the crab claw item that I didn't really want on the server, but I was having trouble removing it from the data pack that it is attached to without it breaking all of them. So this exists now. But I hope everybody's doing all right today. I slept better. For those unaware, I ended last night's stream early after only an hour because I was very tired. I am slowly getting my sleep schedule back. I don't think I'll get it fully back until the weekend. But on the plus side, the weekend gives me a little bit of a cheat there. There is a time change for those of you in the States. there's a time change this weekend, so that'll give me an extra hour offset into my schedule without me having to do literally anything. So that's convenient. So yeah, that'll give me that extra hour that my brain needs. Ow! Eyebeard. Hello. I hope everybody's doing all right. But yeah, I wanna do some planning. I'm not sure if I like how big I made that. So I was planning. I want to talk about this really quick. I was planning a hot air balloon, right? I'm planning a hot air balloon, and I think I went too big. I think that is too big. I mean, I know that is large for a hot air balloon, but I think I went far too big. It's an hour less this weekend. Yeah, the clock moves forward, Skulls. That's my point. The clock moves forward. Hello, Raiders! Hello? Hello, hello? Hello. Hi, everybody. Did Cleo nautilize? But hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. You know what? We're gonna... Hello and welcome. I'm in the water. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hello, Hermitcraft fans. How you doing? Hello. Hello. I'm digging out an area around my base. Yes!
Amazing. Zombie Cleo just
Cleo started
subscribed
Hype
to
Train.
us for another month. Amazing. That's
Uh-oh.
Cleo
Uh-oh.
just subscribed to us
Uh-oh.
for another month.
Uh-oh.
That's 48 now.
Now Mari's gonna talk. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh my god. I will thank you all in just a second as soon as everything balances.
It's our first
Here we
hot
go.
balloon this month. How high can we get the counter?
So, really quick, during my hype balloons on the stream, just as a thing to fill you all in, there is a single channel point redeem. You all have, if you just followed, you have 300 channel points, but you've been collecting them as you've been watching if you've been here before. Each one you redeem summons a balloon and throws a Katamari at my face. You can try and set a record as high as you could possibly get. The number currently redeemed is in the lower left. It updates every second, so it'll be a little off as people spam it. Thank you, everybody, so much for the follows. I do appreciate it. I hope you are all doing well. And now for my actual rundown. Hello, everybody. My name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer who focuses on indie, interactive, and Minecraft. And just trying to make my streams as fun as possible for y'all and create a really welcoming and kind community. And I'm going to brag here, my community is absolutely the best. I hope you are all doing well. I thank you so much for coming out.
You're
Yeah.
not the ugliest person I've ever met.
This server is lightly modded, just as a kind of filler before I show you off what my base is so far. If you'll all bear with me a little bit, I want to finish this little section. I just need to break, like 100 more blocks, maybe? I don't know. But I hope everybody's doing well. By the way, if you drop a follow, you're one of those gold stars on the edge of the screen. But hi, I appreciate you. I'm going to be a little self-serving here because many of you have been kind enough to come by. I am trying to get my CCV up from about 22 to 30 this year as my goal. So if you do like my stream, please do consider coming by more often and helping me with a lurk or a chill or meeting the community.
Ilo Storic
Oh.
Goniolo just subscribed to us for another month.
Also,
That's
I owe a
great
thank
now.
you to Snow and Cleo and now Door for the resubs. Is that everybody that subbed? I think that's all the subs. Oh, Tidy. It was Tidy and Cleo. Tidy and Cleo, thank you so much for those subs. I really do appreciate it. And then thank you to Door for that sub as well. But yeah, basically, I created a mini game out of my hype trains. So as you redeem and things like that, you can kind of try and complete that number, get it higher, and then if you make the hype train go to the next tier, you get 5 more minutes on the timer to try and complete the goals again. And it's got a whole process there. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Intra. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, every single bit is one thing thrown at me as well. It doesn't add to the timer, but as you can see, it does throw 1,000 Katamari at me. I hope y'all are doing well. I hope you have all had a fantastic morning. Okay, so I've got all of these broken. Let me get rid of this beacon, because I don't need this beacon anymore. Almost. Now, normally I thank everybody for the check-ins, but there has been an excessive amount. But if you didn't know, if you didn't know, when you do a check-in, you have a chance to slap me, you have a chance to pet Mari, all that fun stuff. Now, there are, thankfully, waystones on this server, otherwise I would lose my mind. I will quickly show you my base, though. Actually, I should probably go through the entrance. The entrance of my base is in a very dark room in the basement, as is the entrance to most bases, right? That's how that goes. But if we go here really quick...
Oh, no, man.
Okay, for those who don't know, this is a redeem that is specifically done for 5 minutes, and apparently now is the time to do this. It is, I guess the equivalent would be Cleo's Cleolo. But I have, this is Lil Weirdo. So if you like Lil Weirdo, you get to deal with this for 5 minutes. There's a timer up in the corner. I apologize if it is off-putting to some of you. But I guess we're going to show off the base this way. But I am working really hard on making a void floor here, and I create a really, really pretty sky. Yeah, the check-in is on a it does have a small cooldown on it to keep people from spamming it all at once. It makes it run a little bit better. But yeah, so this is the entrance to my base. And you end up here. But when you go in here, and you go to this spot. Oh. This is my actual base right now. So I built everything out of white concrete. And when I build it out of white concrete, I get a good idea of how the shadows are and how the buildings feel. And I can create all these shapes, right? Like, I can create the shapes and see how things flow, just like this. And then we slowly replace things with color, and then it makes it a lot more fun to explore, in my opinion. Obviously, it will not be white concrete the whole time, though I think it would be really cool to build all of play all of Minecraft with just white. I think would be really, really cool. I'm not doing that. I also hate that beacons do this thing where you have to look at them for the beam. There we go. Now I can see the beam. But I'm working really, really hard on trying to make a really, comprehensive base layout, which is kind of what we're working on today. I was going to put a hot air balloon, but I think I made it too big. I made a sphere, right? But I feel like if I go free cam, I feel like that I made this too high or too big. Like, I know hot air balloons are big, but I think I went too big. So I may need to break that one down and do a different one. So I'm going to try and make another one, but smaller. Yeah. I think accent colors are nice. Accent colors are nice for it, but I don't know. There's this kind of line where I'm not sure exactly where I want them, you know? I don't know what I need. I need mental health. No, but let me, oh yeah. And this is my storage room so far. It still needs work. It's not done, but you can see what blocks I've got in storage here. Like, I can go here and go, look, okay, I've got that. And then I go here and I got my pumpkins because this is my food source. Those make themselves, but like every little spot has its own little thing. And then I got all my white concrete here, and everything gets like some of it gets auto crafted. Like I got the bamboo making bamboo planks. This spot makes all the white concrete for me. This spot makes my pumpkin pies, and it's stuff like that. This server is modded, but it's only lightly modded. Like there's not a lot that are game changing. I think the final count for the number of required mods in the server was only like 15.
New monthly record.
Ow!
Balloon redeems got to 544 this time.
Nice!
Wonderful. Good
job, everybody. You got to 544. Thank you so much for all the support during that, and thank you for all the follows. All the follows mean so much. I don't know where I want to put this beacon. I think I got a beacon up here. And then this one is... I love the Skulk. The Skulk makes me happy. I'm working on creating a giant sphere up here, but it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. Oh, also, I added a new contrail thing. Look at this. Woo! Look at the contrails. So everybody flying gets contrails in the base. But like, if we go here, this is my main road. My main road goes this way, and it goes to a little market area, and then we go up here. I'm gonna go all the way to the far end of my base. My base is designed to be sprawling. We started this on New Year's, and I'm very slow. But contrails. Look at those. Are those not the coolest thing? Like, it follows where I was. I set mine to take 30 seconds to go away, so you can really see what I've done. But, yeah, and then mine are non-binary flag themed, which I think is really cool. But other people on the server, you can see theirs and all of that, and I don't know. I like it. This voice, I may need to reduce the amount of time that this voice is for, because 5 minutes might be overwhelming me. This is a brand new redeem, and I like it. But 5 minutes at a time. Oh. Oh yeah, the character animations are the new Fresh Animations add-on. And I really like it. It feels a lot better to run around with a little bit of hop in the step.
Oh, no, man.
There we go. Okay, now I'm back to normal. Sorry to those who have just met me. This is my normal voice. But yeah, so this area out here in this snowy region, if we go to the map, I want to build a giant, like, lighthouse dungeon here. And then that goes across this bridge, as you can see. And then that goes to here, which will be the port area, which I plan on expanding across here. We've got a market starting here. We've got some higher end stuff. So the market will probably be kind of teardrop shaped. You're going to have the classier ones here, and then the smaller ones there, and then that'll spread out a little bit. So technically speaking, Harlequin, that is a paid one. That is through Streamloots. I do a lot of things via Streamloots. So, that's kind of the big thing with that. So people do have to get the card, but they can craft it and things like that. So it's not entirely there. Then over here, I have a plan for a giant meadow. Nice home. So I'm going to do a giant meadow over here. Now, we have a really cool mod pack made by Shinike and Mr. Bisco, the people behind the Armor Poser mod. But if I go over here, whoop, I love this mod. So it allows you to place up to 4 of the same flower on each tile, which allows for you to actually make some really nice meadow stuff. But I plan on placing a bunch of these flowers in large strips and having those go along and creating a really beautiful, beautiful view. And that'll be especially apparent when you get to, like, higher locations where you can kind of overlook it from a distance. This rain is doing a lot, but, like, you'll be able to see, like, stripe after stripe after stripe going along the way. And I think it'll be really beautiful when we get there. We're just not quite there yet. I always forget how to get out of free cam. But it's a really nice option for making prettier areas. Yeah, it is. I cannot remember the name of it right now. But again, it is by Mr. Bisco and Shinike. If you do want to look it up. But like when I'm doing like overviews of my base, so if I go up here really quick. You know, I should probably just sleep really quick. Let's do that. Let's sleep. Get the rain to pass, and then I will show off things. That would probably look better. Never mind. I can't sleep. But my whole base, the goal of my base is actually to create kind of an adventure map world where people could theoretically, like, do their own RPGs. Like, I'm going to create a whole, like, sewer dungeon down here, which is really, really far below, but basically I just wanted to make sure the sounds didn't carry. I'm going to do a whole, like, sewer dungeon down here that'll follow the roads around. Do I have a list of what mods are on the server? Kind of. So, I have a lot of client-side ones, but if I go to this one, these are the required ones on the list. There's a handful, but a lot of them are just, like, support ones. So, like, we've got Armor Poser, Beam Begun, Blowhigh, which just lets other people have a Blowhigh, Block Breaker and Placer, Copper Hoppers, Crazy Painting, Florum Sporum is a really pretty one. Flower Patch, that's the one. Glowing Torch Flowers. Like, they're not ones that do a lot. Clee Slabs. Particle Mimicry lets us create our own particle generators. Status. Waystones. Like, there's not a lot. Fabric is not an optimization mod. Fabric is a type of loader similar to Forge. Like, there's Fabric, there's Forge, there's Neo Forge. Basically, all your mods need to be compatible at a core level. And Fabric is just one of the cores. Sodium and Lithium and things like that are going to be more your optimization mods. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. genuinely though, everybody who followed, you're one of those little stars around the outer edge, except for the subs. Subs are one of the pride stars. Now we got 3 subs, and one of the stars got buried. No, there's a pride star at the top, just left of center. Somebody got buried there. But you can see, like, I've got this kind of central area. I'm building a, this is going to be like the city hall kind of thing. And I want it to look like a library where everybody is actually able to speak their parts from different seating areas. But right now I've just got some grass layers down here, and I'm letting bees run free. I prefer Fabric. I find Fabric mods tend to run smoother. Every time I run Forge, I always had, like, weird hiccups and stuff, so it wasn't the best. There are bees in here somewhere. I don't know where my bees have gone. I would love to show you the bees, though. They're super tiny. But it appeared... Like, are you in there? Bee nest. Honey level 0. I'm a little bit worried. Oh, I hear one. I hear you. This is an auto thing, so I don't know. Are tone tags... Yeah, why wouldn't tone tags be allowed? You are more than welcome to use a tone tag. I think if somebody didn't allow tone tags, I'd be more concerned. Like, they're not required, but you're more than welcome to use them. The fact that it is still foggy, though. Oh, but yeah, none of these buildings... This is something I try to explain to people when it comes to Minecraft builds. You don't need to do the interior. There is no one forcing you to do the interior of any building. Especially when you're doing, like, mega bases and cities and stuff. And it took me a long time to get over that habit. I ended up in this situation where I was always trying to fill, like, every block of my base, right? I was trying to make sure that everything I did had a purpose, every single building did a thing, and it really helped when I realized the turning point for me was actually a game called Nexomon. I don't know if you've ever heard of Nexomon, but Nexomon is a Pokemon-inspired monster battler. And in that game, one of the very first houses you go into, the people who live in that house get very mad at you very quickly. And the reason they get mad at you is because you just entered their house without knocking. And it had this moment where my brain goes, why am I always trying to build places in Minecraft like I can go in them? I shouldn't be able to go in every home. It's not my home, right? And I felt like that was that big turning point for me. It's like, no. Make some buildings ones you're allowed to go in. But why? Why would you ever think you're allowed in every single base? There's no reason to think that. And it really opened my... It is raining for the longest time. Can I sleep yet? Like, what even? What even? Oh my god, that's sunrise. So it started rain. Oh my god. It started raining. What do you do for building the big ball shape in the sky? So, I originally used, I just did a web search for a sphere generator to do manually, but it was taking too long, so I did swap it over to a mod called Build Guide that I use. So if I click this, boop, you can see it shows me where I need to place blocks. It's a mod called Build Guide, and I did one for that one as well. But you set the center point, and then you place them in, and you can see the missing chunks. It's one of those, like, I don't typically like using stuff like that, but when it's me going back and forth, it just becomes this very tedious, like, no one's having fun having me go back and forth between a web browser to look up dimensions and then come back to the game. So I started using that, and it's made my life a lot easier. I don't typically need it on a lot of circles, on like smaller circles. Like typically I can tell like, oh, if I'm going here, if I'm doing 3, then we just do 2, and maybe we do 1, 1, and then 2, and then 1, 2, 3, right? And then this is a corner of a circle, and then you just go 1, 2, and do 1, 2, 1, 1. Right, like you can do small circles pretty quickly. Like small circles just take practice. Once you get slightly larger than this, it becomes harder, but 5, 2... So 5, this is a note. 5 is a 2.5. So 2.5, 2, 1, and then you just mirror it, right? And usually stuff like that works pretty easy. You just go down by half a block every step, and you're good. It just gets harder when you start getting really, really big. Yeah, exactly. I do think there is a point in making sure to balance it. One of the big things we did on this server that really threw people for a while, because I didn't tell anybody I really did it, there's no phantoms in the overworld. There are no phantoms in the overworld on my server. This is completely server side. However, they are in the end, which is in perpetual nightfall. So if you didn't sleep before going to the end, you're going to get bombarded by them. So it creates a bit of a balance, right? It puts you in a situation where you don't have to worry about the sleeping. Main reason is, I think, if it's not going to reset the timer for everybody when somebody sleeps, you end up with people who just can't sleep. And I think that's where a lot of that issue comes in. If people could sleep when somebody else did, I think it'd be fine. But you just can't reset that number. And I think that's where it creates a bit of a hiccup. Now, I don't have a specific spot I want to go. I just wanted to kind of sketch out some things. But, like I said, I want to do a hot air balloon there. I think that one might be too big. I should probably make a smaller one as an example. Let me pull up on my map. I want to do farmland over here. You know what? Let's just be really lame, and we're just going to spend a bunch of time chopping down a bunch of trees. We do have tree cutter on the server, which means I can just do that. And it's gone. Only problem is I do got to make sure to get rid of that. One of the main things with this server that I did, and mainly I am one of like 2 people who stream on this server. But, I actually like phantoms. I actually do like phantoms. I just think they're poorly implemented, and I think they could be better. I've had tangents about this before. But one of the big things when I set up the mods that are on the server is I wanted mods and data packs and stuff for settings that allow people to play the game in a way that allows them to create more than it delays creativity, right? That's one of the big things that I think is a big problem with a lot of this. And this is a side effect of video creators and streamers and stuff. It's you shouldn't have to, and because I used to do YouTube videos. And one of the worst things is always collecting resources. So I wanted to make sure resource collection was a bit less tedious for people so that they could really enjoy the time they were spending building and creating, right? Vanilla Plus is ones that don't really make it feel not like Minecraft. I think I'm a little too modded to be Vanilla Plus because I've got waystones. Yeah. So my general thoughts on the Phantom. You know, I'll do this tangent again. Sorry for the people who've heard this before. I'm sure it gets tedious. I think Phantoms should be a side effect of drinking potions the day before. Which make them something that would be a more desirable thing. So, like, you drink a potion, and then that potion, as a side effect, would cause them to summon that night. Which would make it a farmable aspect, right? Like, you could go, okay, well, I drank 3 potions, so it's going to increase it, right? Yeah, exactly. Like a hangover. That is my genuine idea on it, is you make it like a hangover. However, I'm going to be cruel here. I think Phantoms should also be able to fly through blocks. I don't believe they should be hindered by solid blocks. I think it should be something that is there, and it will hit you, and it also fits the name Phantom. And the reason I'm saying this is there's a lot to this. I want it to do that. I want it to drop Phantom. I want Phantom membranes to be craftable into a unenchantable, weaker Elytra. Like, maybe you can't use firework rockets with it. Maybe it's only a glider. But it's not something you can enchant. You can't put mending on it. But its only use is that it can be a glider, right? So you've created a way down. You don't have a way to go up. You don't have any of those options. But you use the Phantom membranes to make that. It gets somebody into the idea of the Elytra without just throwing the Elytra out of nowhere. But the key thing I think to make Phantoms really work is that phantoms should only be visible by the person they are summoning. They should only be visible to that player. So if I'm on a server and somebody next to me is getting attacked by a phantom because they drank potions, I shouldn't be able to help them. They should just see a phantom fly. Like they should be the only player who sees the phantom, and I should just be there going, "Are you okay?" And I think that alone would make the phantom so much better. Yeah, that's kind of thing. It should be any potion. I don't think it needs its own potion. I think it should be any potion. It should just be a side effect of having drank a potion in the last Minecraft day. Oh, here's a fun one on the server. When players sleep, it fast forwards time rather than skips it, which means you don't have to worry about turtles or things like that. So if you're waiting on a turtle to grow up, so you can just see, it'll do that until the sun rises. Oh. Makes life a little bit better for everybody on the server. Don't sleep, I need turtles. Like, oh god, I'm busy. But yeah, my main goal with the server has been to create a situation where everybody feels comfier playing, right? Where you're not so stressed out playing, you're not worried about every little thing, you're just experiencing it as you go. I also have Voxy on. I don't know if you've seen this. The render distance on the server is 10 chunks. I have Voxy running, which you can see the edge line of where my render distance is. If I turn off the shaders really quick, you can't see it anymore. But I have Voxy running. And I can see the entire server. I can see everybody's base. Doesn't matter how far away I go. There's a little island base way over there. Minecraft looks so weird without shaders, though. Okay, well, that's not quite shaders. We've got another sun here. I'll line it up with the other sun. There we go. Now you can't even tell. So I think this is worth noting, Harlequin. I don't know if you're aware, but Mojang recently announced that they are rewriting Minecraft to work in the as Vulkan instead of OpenGL. This means it should run a lot better on a lot of computers, as it will be basically moving it off of the CPU onto GPU. And be more up to modern gaming stuff for a lot of things. So in theory, that should allow your laptop to run it better, depending on how old your laptop is, obviously. But if your laptop's been made within the last, say, 6 years, you'll probably have a better time running it than you have had. Will it be perfect? Probably not. But again, it should be better than what you're currently experiencing. Because it'll be on a modern rendering thing. I do think a lot of streamers are going to have a weird awakening with that, though, because sometimes OBS does not appreciate Vulkan. So we'll see how that goes. They did just announce it like maybe 2 weeks ago, Harlequin, and it was a small like news post. I think it means less to a lot of people because they don't quite understand like how big of a change that is to actually have everything rewritten for that. And it'll probably break a lot of shaders and things like that, so be prepared for a lot of your shader-heavy streamers to be taking some time off from the shader aspect for a little bit while that figures itself out. But no, it should be a good improvement to the overall kind of environment of it. If you're wondering why I'm not bothering to pick up any of this stuff, it's because we have bonsai pots on the server, which will just slowly harvest the materials for us. Will it work with plain old vanilla Java laptops? It should. It should. It basically, because every PC has a GPU and a CPU. All that it is mainly doing is Minecraft for the longest time has been running in OpenGL, which runs off of the CPU. It'll be moving off of the CPU onto the GPU. So if you have a bad CPU but a good GPU, it'll improve. It's very rare that you'll have a CPU that is better than your GPU, just kind of in general. So you should either see an improvement or whatever. But hey, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hey, no worries. Do the raid and dash. I appreciate you coming by, and hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. For those who do not know me, my name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer focused on indie, interactive, and Minecraft. That's about the extent of it. But yeah, no, we were just kind of talking about Minecraft doing a change soon, switching off of OpenGL to Vulkan. Now, I'm not the most educated on Vulkan. All I know is Vulkan is a really good rendering engine for keeping things fast. I have had issues in the past, though, where it likes to take the entire GPU, which is the big problem. That is the thing that I've run into. Now, granted, this was like a few years ago that I was having this issue, so it might be different. Yeah, I was gonna say, I am very much the cat from season 1 of I think it was season 1 or season 2 of Adventure Time. I have approximate knowledge of many things. I'm not amazing at what I know. I have a general understanding of a lot of things, and I'm more than welcome to people correcting me or teaching me more in depth. I try to learn what I need to know about a topic, and I don't really delve into the I don't need to know this. It doesn't affect me kind of thing. But it's also, what does my brain decide I need to know? Like, I have ADHD. I'm going to learn about things that I want to learn about, and then I'm going to step away when I don't care anymore. You're wearing a shirt with that cat right now. What cat? What? Oh, the approximate knowledge of many things. See? See, this is where my brain goes. I have approximate knowledge of many things, Frank the human boy. How did you almost know my name? Ugh. Yeah, I hope you all had a good time with Gurgly stream. Gurgly. Gurgly is fun to say. I enjoy that username. And I'm shiny now! I love how I use that sound effect for it, and I've never played a Pokemon game that uses it. Like, I haven't played Pokemon since Scarlet and Violet. I missed out on Sword and Shield, and I don't care for Arceus. So. But I get to use the shiny sound effect and look however I want, so. It's a win. Feels good chopping down all these trees, though. Wow. My base feels so empty without it, but like, I'm going, so I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to have the port extend this way across the beach, right? This is my plan. I'm gonna have the port go across the beach here. And then off of that, I want this entire area to be farmland. Like a very, very large farmland. Because I'm viewing this as, okay, I'm going to have a city here. This is the center of it, so the richer buildings are going to be here. Then we spread out from there, we have some sales districts, and then we have a lower income district here, closer towards the jobs that are going to be working, say, here, or working the field, right? That's the big thing. His name is Demon Cat. Fair. Oh, Clancy Brown voiced him? I'm not surprised. But then we're going to have the lower income stuff near the ports, because that would make sense there. That'll spread this way, which would lead to the farmlands, and then we'll have a whole bunch of people that live the farms, which just would explain where the food's coming from. Over here is going to also be where all of the dyes come from, because our whole base is going to be actually very vibrant, so we're going to need a lot of dyes, which is the point of having the flower fields. I don't have plans for this section, but I figure we'll start tiering up this way if we do go this way. But I need to expand the river here, so the river will be wide enough to let ships more easily travel it. We're having a small port here for some medium-sized shipping ships to go through here. I want to have a little like floating fishing village out here as well. There's a lot of plans, but this is the plan here is to make this kind of a forever base or a forever world at this point. I just got to stay on top of the mods as versions come out to make sure we are good on everything. Which is going to take some work. I need to move, I think I need to move the files over into their own little mod pack thing that just says server-side mods, and then I can make sure those are all up to date. We did just add on the ability on the server today to craft trial spawners, which is a little OP, but I think it'll allow people to make dungeons and have a lot of fun that way. The main thing is OpenGL's design architecture of how it works is quite different to how GPUs work these days, whereas Vulkan's API maps close to how GPU does things. So less overhead to make it do things, more flexibility to do things. Lower level means you're more, but lower level means you're responsible for more setup. Yeah, no, I mean that works. That's kind of the thing. It's like, I think it's one of those things though. This is where like when people get on Mojang for not doing enough, I think it's really important. You know, that's the first time I've seen that bird. But I think that's one of those things. People get on Mojang for not doing certain things, and I can agree to a point, but it is also just vital, I think, to remember how many things you don't see go on when it comes to creating things and making sure things are balanced and fair. And also a big thing, and this is something I don't know how much it holds true anymore, but there was a big thing with Minecraft intentionally not looking at mods, right? Trying not to look at mods. Mojang would not look at mods. And it's a legal thing. It's genuinely a legal thing because they have to kind of make sure they're not knocking off somebody's mod. They can't really look at the code, things like that, unless they approach them regarding it and pay them. That is a typical kind of thing. Part of the lack of optimization for some of the stuff, for instance, had to do with like Optifine, right? To my understanding, Mojang had offered to hire or buy the rights to Optifine from the Optifine dev. And he said no. And then they're like, well, I guess we're not doing that then. And it's like, and they can't use the code or dissect the code because it's not their code. Right? There's a lot of legal stuff that goes through that, and you've just got to kind of go like, oh, okay. People have kind of stepped away from Optifine. I feel like if they had asked now, they might actually get somewhere with that. But hey, Strabo. I don't know. Oh, but what I was saying before, if you're hanging out here and you're enjoying the stream, consider doing the single channel point check-in. I've learned that check-in actually might be one of the best things for my brain. That and watch streaks. Watch streaks and check-ins do a lot for my mental health. I have depression. I'm not trying to garner sympathy for that. I have depression, right? And a lot of times I'll get really down on my streaming and think I'm not doing that well. And then I'll see, like, I've got some people who are at like 180 watch streak now. And it's like, no, if I were bad at what I did, people would not have 180 watch streak. People would not be checking into my stream, just popping by just to do it. Like they wouldn't be doing that. So it's been really interesting how my mental health has adapted just based on simple things like check-ins. And I'm not just saying this for myself. Any streamer you watch, if they have a check-in, do it. You know, like any streamer who has a watch streak and you're a part of it, don't do it for you. Share it for them, because it is surprising how good that feels to me. Because like I have been trying to be a really high quality streamer for a long time, right? I've been trying for over a decade. I've been at this. And I was a partner over on Mixer. I did well enough. I got partnership status there. I was really proud of my streaming. I think I was fantastic over there. I was one of their first partners. And I loved it. I loved it. I was really proud of it. I was about to go full-time then, and then they shut down. And I had to start over. And I've been slowly rebuilding over the last 5 years. Going on 6, I guess. Like, I've been trying. And I'm getting there slowly, but it is... The hardest part, I think, when it comes to streaming is being found. Especially as somebody who doesn't do short form. Thank you. As somebody who doesn't do short form content, right? I don't do TikToks that aren't just like clips. I don't do shorts on YouTube that aren't just clips. Because I don't like condensing myself down to that small of an area. And that's really the way you've got to grow nowadays. It's like, I like watching videos that are slow and comfy and paced out. And I think people like that here. Oh, but yeah, so check-ins are a little different on my channel, which is fun here, right? See, that's what I try to do, Alien, is I try to keep a comfy vibe. There are games that'll be more action heavy, but it'll be more obvious when it's those. Ah! Like, it'll be more obvious when I'm doing an action-heavy one. But most of the games I do are slow, chilled down, because I stream to hang out with y'all. I stream to show you games you've never heard of. There's a cat butt on my mouse. Hi, buddy. Hey, Faye, how's it going? BB, I need you to move. Your butt is on the mouse. I love you. I love you. Please lay on your cat bed. Right, like, over, like, 6 inches. It's 6 inches over from where you are, bud. But no, I focus on having like calm environments and just giving people a place to relax because I want a place to relax. I thought you had a human head for a second and it scared the crap out of me. Oh my god. But the cool thing with my check-ins, this is what I was trying to get to. My check-ins are a gotcha. My check-ins are a gotcha. And what I mean by that is that when you do a check-in, you have about a 50% chance of nothing happening. I can't remember the exact numbers right now. I think it's 50% chance. You have a 50% chance of nothing happening, and you just get a little, like, squeeze sound with little hearts. But you also have a chance to slap me, throw a dodgeball at me, or pet Mari. Mari being my TTS pet, who is just to my upper left. But you have a chance for all of that to happen. And then those track. So it doesn't track your check-ins overall. It just tracks your check-ins on getting in the dodgeball and things like that. So it means there's less pressure on you to be like, oh, look, I want to make sure that number is the highest it can be. I don't want people to pass me, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't want that. I don't want to overwhelm people with feeling like, oh, no, I missed a check-in, blah, blah, blah. I lost my counter number. Oh, well, I'm glad I gave you a place to go, Faye. That's the thing. I want chill. Two-thirds is the squeeze. Two-thirds? Wow. No, I guess that makes sense. I think it's like out in a 9. There's 9 chances, and then that is... That number might be a little off. It might be... I'm not sure. I might have to check that. Thank you, Obi. Cleo likes my vibe too. When my vibe is not, I hate everything and I feel like I should die. Because depression! Whoa! Hello. Rude. Cleo's put up with my vibe for over 6 years. So I would hope Cleo likes my vibe. Cleo, if you're listening, I hope you like my vibe. Okay, yeah, so I did it right. I did do the math right. I may adjust it. I want to add just more random things in there. I like having the random check-ins. I like giving people a chance for something different each time. And I like only tracking those, because it makes for a really interesting, like, kind of dynamic on that. Can we agree? Can we all agree that while the fallen leaves are cool, I don't want them. I think they shouldn't be a guaranteed pickup unless you use Soak Touch. Like, maybe if you hit them, it's like they have a 50-50 chance of breaking at least, so I don't have an unending inventory full of them. Hey, Elusive. I love them. They are inventory clutter. Oh, I can show y'all a cool thing. You know what? I don't need this one. I'm gonna show y'all a cool thing that I learned about these that I think makes them really neat. Okay. So I don't have carpet on me. I don't have carpet on me for this, but I'm gonna show you in the best way I can. If I had carpet on me, you're just gonna have to picture this, okay? I don't think this game has inventory issues. I think this thing just clutters it. But if we go here, right? So we've got that, and then I go here. Let's do you, right? And then we're gonna go here. Go there. It's always in the bottom right. I want to show you all this that I love with these leads. No! Why are you positional now? Stop that. Okay. Picture this though, right? Picture this and then put carpets in there. Like red carpets. And you've got, like, the little tassels on the edge of a carpet. I don't watch B-dubs, so I can't say that B-dubs has done it. I've never seen B-dubs do it. But you can create, like, little tassel trim on your rugs and stuff. I used to watch B-dubs. I've stopped watching most Minecraft stuff because I find I'm not really learning things. I find I'm watching a lot of the same stuff unless it's their interactions with others. Which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I got into watching a lot of Minecraft stuff early on to see unique takes on things, and I've kind of stopped seeing what felt like a unique take on it, which is why I build the way I do, right? Yeah, there's options, right? You get a lot of interesting options for what you can do with them. I think they're a very good accent block. I just think that there's a decent amount, but I think if there was a 50-50 chance of it breaking, I'd feel better. Oh, there's the bees. So I wanted to show you bees earlier. Look at them. On this server, they're tiny. Look how small these guys are. I love them. But yeah, it's just there's too much of a mess. Like, I love the block, I really do, but yes, their hitboxes are also smaller, which is fine, I think, for desktop. But I think, and this is where I'm okay with them being as big as they are. The big thing is, like, I think they would be fine if they made them smaller, but then on Bedrock they just gave them a larger hitbox, but kept them small. Because you got to remember, hitboxes in a lot of games do not actually match the size of the model. And I think just increasing this, like, keeping the hitbox the same size it is on Bedrock, but making the beast smaller would be nice. But now they're doing their whole, like, they're doing their whole, like, pixel perfect thing, which I get, but it does take away some fun, you know? It takes away some fun. My base is gonna feel very bland without all these trees. I'm gonna miss them. But yeah, I like the tiny bees. I think they're great. They also repopulate the hives themselves. So that way you don't have to worry about some of them dying off and then slowly ending up with no bees. I can agree to a point, but Bedrock and Java don't have consistent a lot of things. Leads are harder to attach, though I don't think you really need to. I think there are instances where maybe that would be a thing, but I also think too many people focus too hard on making, like, super efficient farms and things like that, when it's just like, make it work. Do the quick little thing. You know, you don't have to make these super efficient farms. I play for aesthetics. Make it pretty. I say that like I don't have a really cool farm. I'm gonna be annoying. I'm gonna show off one of my farms here. I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to my Sculk Grinder. Where are you? Page 2. Sculk Grinder. Welcome to the Sculk Grinder. This is my creepy Sculk room. So I have a block breaker here, which you could break however you want. But I have a block breaker, and then I have this for a block placer and a piston tape. So it basically creates a piston feed tape. And that slowly moves and then breaks that. And then this guy spawns some zombies. Skull Grinder. That's like a roller goes down. Oh, there goes my LA. But if we wait just a second. Boom. And that's it. This is my little farm. Why is the lighting weird? I don't know why the lighting's weird. But this does its thing. Turn that off, turn that off. But this is where I got all the sculk for my thing. But as you can see, oh, I emptied those. Did I empty those chests? But yeah, you can see I've got plenty of sculk. These are all full. I've got a bunch of different little farms for different things, but that, oh, and here, just because y'all don't know, this is Coffee Grinder. That's Coffee Grinder. And then, are you Moglin? No, you're Moomba. So that's Moomba, and that's Moglin. Now, a little cool thing here. It should be in this. Give me that. Have a good one, Faye. They're rideable on this server. They're a little noisy, but they're rideable on this server. Shockingly, there is a way to join this server. This server is open to people to join. It is a semi-public one. Thank you, Harlequin, for the shout there. But yeah. Yeah! Our harnesses on this server are Pride-themed. So that one is the buy flag, but they're all just automatically Pride-themed ones on the server. We've got that. We've also got like Blowhigh on the server. Like, let me go grab a Blowhigh or show you a Blowhigh. Blowhigh, Blowhigh, Blowhigh. See, we got Blowhigh, and then you can put them in a stone cutter to change the patterns, and they squeak. And you can wear them, and you can place them on your head, or hold them, or walk around with them. By the way, that music auto-plays every time I come into this room. That's not just a thing happening. That music actually auto-plays whenever you come in. Took me forever to set up. And I added a particle effect with the particle generators. Whoop. But yeah, no, this is... It's been a slow, tedious process with my base, but I'm very pleased with what I've done so far. I need to remove, like, mountains and stuff and all that sort of thing, but... We get there when we get there. Oh yeah, we also have Crab Claw as a side effect of things, but it means I can do this. It means I can dig that far away. We don't have crabs on the server, but we do have Crab Claw. I'm still kind of hit or miss on whether or not I really like the Crab Claw, because it wasn't something I wanted, but it was for some reason in the same pack, in the same data pack as the Sniffers being rideable, and I was like, fine, I can't figure out how to remove it from the data pack, because I tried. Every time I tried to remove it, it like crashed the data pack. Okay, we're not doing that, I guess, but... But yeah, I need to remove this entire mountain over here. And it's like, why did I build on a mountain? Because I'm a fool. I built inside of a mountain because I'm a fool when I don't even want the mountain there. But one of the big things I've learned that I have more fun doing with my base is just adapting them as time goes on. I pick a spot that's kind of the general idea of what I want, but then I will expand it as need be to work with the terrain. And I'll do minor terraforming, but I don't think it's good to have to do a lot of it. Like, I removed a small island. When you guys raided, I actually removed a small island at the start. But I think... I kind of want to talk about this. This is something I try to explain, because I have a different theory in design than a lot of other Minecrafters do when it comes to building. I base things... based specifically on light and shadow. And obviously I've got like torches and things, and that's not really helping my case right now. But the point of what I do with my design is I want to make sure your eye is going where I want it to. Right? This is the thing. I want your eye to go where I'm telling it to. So when you're here and you enter the base, and you're going to be entering from down there, and you're going to walk up to this street, right? And there's going to be a building here and a building here. But when that building is not there and you hit here, your eye is going to go this way, right? You're going to see that building, and you're going to maybe want to go up that way. And you can check that out. And there's a road down. There'll be a road down here that'll lead somewhere. But maybe you just want to go up here. And when you're up here, you're going to see that. You go, oh, that's an interesting building. And you're going to go this way. And it draws your eye up because I've got taller windows. But it also, because they're in a pattern, it'll draw your eye that way. So I can get your eye to go wherever I need it to be just based on that. And then I've created little alleys. And a lot of these aren't going to catch your eye on their own, right? They're not really meant to. They're just kind of there. This one, however, which it isn't right now, but this one is going to have a brighter light coming from it. And maybe I'll make the light flicker. But it'll be able to pull your eye to the left and you'll go, what's over here? And then you'll find a little secret tavern down here. Or maybe you won't notice at all, and because you didn't notice it, you're just going to go this way and you're going to go into the main building, right? It's all going to be based on whether or not you're willing to take that moment to slow down. If you slow down, you'll find the cool things. If you go fast, you're not going to see them. And that's kind of the thing, is like, my goal is to make an adventure map, a world in which you want to explore. I want it to be a situation where you're like, okay, there is a building here, there's a tavern here, there's a story here. You're going to enter my base through, you're going to go into that dome. It's going to give you kind of a rundown and say like, hey, you're entering an adventure map now. In this adventure map, you are not meant to use your own things. Please deposit all of them before you proceed further. Drop them off. You can come back, get them later, whatever. No elytra, no armor. You'll get set up with the gear you have while you're playing. There's going to be dungeon crawling. There's going to be things like that you can do in the base. There's going to be like an inn to stay at. There's going to be like a sewer system that'll have its own battles in it. There's going to be different battles all over. But the point is to get you to explore and want to check out these things. And I'm going to view it as a game, an open world game is what I'm trying to do here. So everything will be planned and controlled and set up that way. And a lot of these doors are going to be locked. Like maybe you can't open this one. And the easiest way to do that is with Armor Poser. I can put an armor stand right here, and you will not be able to click the door. If I put an armor stand here that is slightly bigger than the door, you can't click it. Therefore, I can create locked doors that you just can't interact with, right? And that's one of the big things I'm going to be doing, is I'm going to be creating this idea of you don't really have the power here. You don't get to choose where you're going. I am going to, just as a thing, do this. Hey, Sharon. Because what I was saying is, like, you're going to be coming here, right? That building's not going to pop in. And I'm going to have buildings over top of this, because this is one of the things I've done. I've got a goal for myself with this, is I want there to be a parkour map kind of going on in my base as well as an optional like mini game. I want there to be challenges to try and race up this as fast as you can, or not race up this, race across my base as fast as you can from certain points. And I want to track it, and I want to try and do kind of a time trial and just see like, how far did you get? Did you make it in time kind of stuff, right? So every area is meant to be like traversed. So maybe you'll go through a door that leads to this door that leads you across here, and then you can climb up here, and then maybe there's like a rope thing going across between these two buildings, and you can use that to jump across to this one, right? And then you can go here, and then maybe you're able to get on this roof and parkour. And that's kind of thing. I want people to be able to explore the base in ways that don't feel intended, but definitely are. And that's my dream. And it's like, yeah, it's a it's a lofty goal. I have a lofty goal for this base. But at the same time, why not have a lofty goal for your base? If you don't have a necessary like end point and you get to keep working on it, why not? Right? Why not have that fun? Why not allow the build to keep going? Why not? Like, I'm in control here. I can do whatever I want, right? Like, I've said this before. Minecraft, not a great game. Fantastic sandbox. The issue I have with it is you have to make your own game. I don't think I would be playing it if it weren't for the community. But the community exists. And because the community exists, I'm going to play it. And I'm going to enjoy sharing that with people.
You're still here? Really? Go stretch.
So this is something I need to explain to all the new people here who may not know. I'm going to do a quick little rundown before we actually listen to Mari. So that was Mari talking. The big thing here is that I don't run automatic ads on Twitch. And the reason I don't do that is I hate them. I hate automatic ads. Being affiliate or higher, you will have ads. Typically, you'll get them when you first show up to a stream if they haven't run ads in a while. Now, a lot of people will automate those. I hate it. I hate automated ads. I understand why they do it, but it interrupts the flow of things. I'm having a conversation with a streamer, and then suddenly ads pop up. It annoys me, right? And I'm more likely to just leave because I'm annoyed. And it's nothing on the streamer, and I get why it's there, but I try to avoid that. Hey, Chibi. Now, in my case, I have Mari tell me when ads are back on. And she will mention it as a, hey, take a break, do something, take care of yourself really quick. And then we can kind of decide from there, right? So right now, Mari has just told us ads are back on. We should definitely consider doing this. And I've started calling it tube banning. But be silly. Exactly. Minecraft is an art program. The only problem is you have to collect your own pennies a lot of the time. Obviously, you can play creative mode. Creative mode is an option. If you like creative mode, play creative mode. There's no fault there. I like the struggle of having to collect the resources and building it in survival, but that's going to be each to their own. But as I said, Mari said it's time for a break, so we are going to take a quick 3-minute break. Use this as a moment to stretch your legs, wiggle your fingers, get your joints moving, because you've probably been a little bit too stationary. So, tube man your fingers, tube man your body, tube man your arms. Stand up, go blah, 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 blah for a little bit. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. There's going to be some, you're going to get some clip montages so you can see more of what I stream or have streamed in the past and see what people found funny. There's going to be some fan art rotating on the screen, all this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, we'll be right back. See you in 3. Boop. Right. Down. Oh, rude. You suck. Crap. Crap. Ah, wait. I thought I was doing better, but I was staring at the AI. Crap! Snow's a jerk. I got last! Snow bullied. Snow bullied! I can't see shit, though. There, I can kind of see. Y'all know this is a lot, right? We can agree this is a lot. Like, what the fuck? Hey, sis, look what I can do. I'm dead. Sis, are you looking? Are you looking? Sis! 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 Okay. They come, they eat, they they leave. And I'm going to aim for the 4th square. Right here. I'm aiming right in the 4th square.
Everyone else. Choose a
Gonna aim for that 4th square right there. Hey, Snow! Okay. Oh, shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! I love my reaction in that one. Just, I could hear pure bliss from myself on that clip. Trying to pick things up to, oh great. But hello again, everybody. We're back. I hope the ads weren't too annoying. I do apologize for having to send you to those, but I think it is a very good excuse to kind of step away from everything. You don't have to watch the ad. Just let the ad run. Go do other things. Go to the bathroom. Grab water. All that stuff. Because you're not drinking enough water, are you? America, yeah. Oh, God. Type hello in chat or hello. All sorts of weird. Yep, there you go. Enjoy the meme. Hello. I have a couple silly call and response things that chat can be a part of. It's always fun. Hello. I try to look for memes and stuff of that. What's funny is I actually made a new one. I made a new one, call and response, the other day. And I think it's funny because I'm actually more shocked it didn't happen or exist elsewhere prior. But I did one for Zootopia 2, and it's like, felt like such an obvious one to do, and I've not seen anybody meme on it. I've not seen anything with it. And it's like, oh, okay, oh, I'm original. Oh, gasp. That's not supposed to happen. But I try to make my streams as original as I can, and do as original of jokes as I can, things like that. But it cracked me up. I haven't named you yet. Not sure what their name's gonna be. We cleared out a lot of trees, though. Like, I mean, looking at the map, look at this. This was all tree. They pushed the trees back. I'm gonna get that area. I think that area probably makes more sense to do. Looking at it now. Probably should have started there. Ow! We're at to glide. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. But no, I hope everybody's having a good, chill Wednesday morning or afternoon. That's some of you are in the afternoon now. It was, yeah. Listen. The pegging games are the best. Okay. Everybody loves a good pegging. Makes for a very interesting stream. Trivia Murder Party 3 is soon, right? I think it's soon. I like the vibe of this song. Leave a like on that one. It gives me, like, Dot Hack vibes. Listen, I have played so many games involving pegs. What I need to do is I need to stream Peglin again. It's been a long time since I played Peglin. Peglin was a good time. What's weird is I don't think I own Peglin anymore because I believe they gave me the copy and it was a review copy, which means whenever they just... Fine, screw you. What? Okay. Wait, give me a CD. Give me a CD. Yeah. Do it again. Uh-oh. No, I fell. Hey, come on. Come for a swim. Yeah. I don't know how this is gonna work. I've ended up with an issue. I wanted to get another record. Come on. No, I'm not gonna get one. Boop. Come on. That creeper. Hey, Red, how's it going? Do 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 do. That friend, he's not a friend. He's just on the swim team. We've not really spoken. Swimming isn't really my thing. Not a fan of being in the water. Yeah, there's. I mean, like I could do it the logical way, Rolly. I could totally do it the logical way. Try to catch the creeper and then kite the skeleton around, or put the skelly in a boat and try to. I could be logical. I could 100% try and be logical with that. But like, it's a lot less satisfying to get the record for me if I do things the smart way. But when I can collect something in a really incompetent way, it's really fun. Like, I don't think people appreciate in Minecraft doing things in a really, really inefficient way is so much fun. The problem I have is I keep accidentally getting the lava chicken record, and I'd really rather not have that one. Like, there's not a lot of discs I dislike, but that one and Relic are not doing well on my list of albums. Like, I am all for musical diversity and all of that going on in Minecraft, but those hurt a little bit. Yeah, the orb is up there. There's also a second orb now. You can ponder 2 orbs. You can ponder 1 orb and then 1 slightly smaller orb. You can almost cut both of them at once, Red. What's funny is if you have some perspective, you can pretend this is an eyeball and then this is a clown nose and then the cracks are the mouth. So then it's got a creepy clown face. Hey. Hey. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Ba-ba-ba-da. Get rid of you, get rid of you. There we go. Okay, is that all of them in this little site? It is all of them over here. I may have missed a sapling, so we may end up with another one somewhere, but like... that is a nice little section to be opened up. Just to go free cam and show. So yeah, we've got this area here now that opens up. Should probably get rid of the trees there as well. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to put on this little island. Like, it's another port section, but it's a very odd spot for a port section. Right, we're going to have the lighthouse, the creepy lighthouse there. We're going to have a port section here and a port section here. I think this port section might be more of a government-run port section for, like, deciding whether or not the boats going through have, like, permission to go through. It also would be defending access to the lighthouse, which is going to be considered a threat. And then I also need to do a bridge this way from it at some point. Maybe I'll do that one on a diagonal, just to add some variety. If you build on the grid too much, it doesn't look as good. But if I do, like, a diagonal here, or maybe a slight diagonal, like a 22.5 degree one, that might work pretty well. Give a bit of an angle there, because that's right here, right? If we just do a little bit of one right there, I think that'll add a nice kind of feel rather than going straight across. Because that one's straight, that one's straight. We need variety in our shapes, because we got like curved roads. That's the big thing, really, is like, yeah, it's all well and good to do things the established way, the way you know that works and stuff, but like, embrace the chaos a bit, you know? Be silly, be inefficient. Just try something new. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You're not really losing anything. You had an experience and you learned something. If you're learning, you're not wasting time. Like, full stop. If you're learning something, you're not wasting time. If you're having fun, you're also not wasting time. You've had a positive experience. Hell, even a negative experience is learning something, right? Time is only wasted if you choose to say that that's not what you wanted to do or you didn't enjoy or gain anything from it, but be more open on what you're gaining, right? You gain knowledge, you gained a fun time, like just being entertained is a positive. I'm not good with a mouse. I've never been good with a mouse. Like I'm better with a controller when it comes to most things. But the funny thing is, and this isn't the most obvious thing, but I'm not playing with a regular mouse. I'm playing with a trackball. I play Minecraft with a trackball. Like, it's a silly little thing, but it changes things, right? But it's one of those, I'm not an FPS player, right? I do play some FPS, but I'm not an FPS player. I'm not a competitive person. No. I like, so trackball, just to be clear, trackball, not trackpad. Because some people very much confuse trackball with trackpad. Trackball mouse. And I'm not saying a ball mouse either. Mine has the trackball under. So there's two types of trackball mice typically that you'll see. You'll see either the ones where it's under your middle finger or the ones where it's under your thumb. I have the trackball under my middle finger. And then my left click is under my thumb. So I left click with my thumb, right click with my pointer. But I absolutely love it. I have an Elecom Huge. ELECOM. But I absolutely love it. I also like having a mouse that I can easily clean. And I know where people are going, but you can easily clean a laser mouse. No, you can't. You have a laser mouse, and then at some random point, a hair is going to lodge sideways. It's going to get stuck. Even if you try to use air on it, it's not coming out. And then you're going to try and remove it. You're going to scratch the lens, and then it's going to be really wonky forever. It's happened to me too many times. This mouse I can open up. I can pop out the parts. I can clean it. A single one exploding doesn't raise... I mean, a creeper shouldn't be doing it either. It should only be an explosion if an explosion happens after the thing hit. So it's interesting there. I think an interesting thing to me that I think is a weird choice by Mojang, and I'm bothered by it. Did you know that purpur blocks can withstand a creeper explosion? Did you know purpur can withstand a creeper explosion? Did you know that purpur is the only block that can withstand a creeper explosion, but cannot withstand a TNT explosion? It's the only block. It is right between the damage values of TNT versus a creeper. Because a creeper does slightly less damage than TNT. And purpur blocks are the only ones that fall right between that. My big thing with it is if that was the opposite direction, you could make really interesting games with that. Like, I would love if I could use TNT to set up like a Bomberman thing and waterlog the purpur bricks to have some color variation other than stone bricks and things like that. That would have to be waterlogged. But like, you wouldn't need to waterlog things, and you create like a purpur maze with TNT and stuff, and you'd have a nice visual brick that would withstand TNT. But it's not that way. It's the opposite. And it's like, wish that was flipped. Because I think there's fun to that. Okay. My base feels very... See, I missed one. I did miss one. I knew it. It ended up growing into a giant tree. I would be so annoyed if I didn't have a tree cutter. There we go. Can we all agree that vanilla Minecraft just needs more stars in the sky? Like, what is this? What is vanilla? What is vanilla's sky? Look how sad this is. Give me this! Mojang, make the sky pretty. More people would enjoy the night if the sky was there. So yeah, I found this station. It's a official lo-fi Square Enix channel. I just found it this morning. It was just an hour of tracks on loop, but this is official to my understanding. But they could also make the end prettier too. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna mention this. This is going to be my theory for a long time. I think when we get an end update will be when we get rid of strongholds at the same time. We need to get rid of strongholds in Minecraft entirely. Hear me out. Get rid of the strongholds. Like the ones in the overworld, the ones that we hunt down with the end portal in it. Get rid of them entirely. We put the end portal inside the deep dark frame, and we basically convert all the structures that are inside the strongholds into parts of the ancient cities. And you just have the cities, you have the portal there, you have to get into the portal and light the portal while dealing with the warden and all that stuff, and that's your way to the end. That's what it should be. I only have one Final Fantasy soundtrack on CD, and it's the Heavensward. And it's, I guess, technically not on a CD, it's on a Blu-ray. The Heavensward soundtrack is on a Blu-ray. I have that. And when I got it, it also came with a Wind-Up Bahamut on the Final Fantasy XIV. So, if I ever play it, I have a Wind-Up Bahamut linked to my account that has a giant red orb that constantly gets stuck on his head. Which is totally valid, Red, but that's not what's gonna happen. It's gonna be the end update, because it really has that vibe of that's meant to be the end. I think the intended design was literally to replace the strongholds, given what is there already. Given what exists and has that been there the entire time? I had a waystone just in my base, just chilling there. Okay. Those do naturally spawn. I just love that one was there. And I just never stumbled into it. Right, you're just a generic name? Yeah, no name. Oh, also, can I pitch to y'all something that I think should just happen in the end as a minor thing? And I can't find any data packs that do this, so if you're a really cool person and know how to make data packs or mods, hear me out on this. When the user is in the end, they should have moon gravity and no fall damage. Just while in the end. I don't think I'm asking for anything too weird there, right? Give them just reduced gravity. I can agree with that, Rolly. I can agree with that. Though I think the end portal should all teleport to the same end island. As they do now, but like I think they should all do that and just make them more common. Yeah. But I think it should just go into the code with what currently exists for strongholds. Just take the same exact, like, spawning locations that strongholds have. And replace that, and then also make it work like they do for everything. Like, it should just replace that bit of the code, at the very least. But, like, yeah, no. I think there's a lot they could do. This music, I know it's Final Fantasy, but this music just makes me think of Dot Hack. God, I love Dot Hack. I need to stream it again. And it's one of those, it always does bad. Whenever I stream Minecraft, it always does, or not Minecraft. Whenever I stream Dot Hack, it doesn't do well. It doesn't do well, and I'm sad about that, because Dot Hack is such an important part of things. And y'all are gonna have to deal with me when the new Dot Hack comes out, because the fact that we've got a new Dot Hack coming out, I am so excited. And y'all can bite me. Y'all can bite me. You don't show up, fair. You know what? I don't care. I'm playing it. Usually, view counts do drastically affect my desire on whether or not I'm going to continue streaming a game. But that one, oh my god. Yeah, no, you totally could, Alien. You could also, I mean, command blocks are just data packs. Data packs run the same way command blocks do. There's no difference there. Dot Hack will probably be a morning time slot one. I'm not sure though. We'll kind of see how I'm feeling. Might depend on what they rate the game. The game is like for upper teens then, or even mature, because it could totally fall into the mature category. It'll be an afternoon one for sure. But by the way, a lot of y'all have still hung around from Cleo's raid, which I greatly appreciate. Again, if you are actually actively here and paying attention and things like that, do consider clicking the follow button. I would greatly appreciate it. Like I mentioned before, I am really trying to get my CCV up, so having some new regulars would be fantastic. We have a super kind and wonderful community, genuinely. I do this full time. I stream 10 times a week, so you'll always be able to catch me. I stream approximately 5 to 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. That is, I stream at approximately noon, except for today. Approximately noon to 3 Eastern time, and then approximately 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. 7:30 Eastern time to about 9:30 Eastern time.
You know what's awesome? You.
Gasp! But I focus a lot on trying to make my streams really interactive and adding really cool soundboard stuff. And while some of it can be done with channel points, a lot of it is done via Streamloots. I get 90% cut of any sales done on Streamloots, so it is a big part of what allows me to do this full time, excluding tips and subs and things like that. But I get like the highest cut outside of subs, and you get something in return, right? So I find those to be really important. But yeah, no. I try and play a lot of chill stuff. We don't stream tomorrow because I take Mondays and Thursdays off. But on Friday we will be playing a game that I have been waiting for over a year now. Called Lost and Found Co. And it is a wonderful hidden picture game. It is the best hidden picture game I've ever played, and I played the demo twice. I think I played the demo twice and the playtest once. They gave me a key. I could be playing it right now. It doesn't come out till Friday. I could be playing it right now, but they did say that the saves will reset. Like saves will entirely reset when the game releases. So I didn't want to play it now and lose that save, because I'd rather not do the opening 4 times, because I've done it so many times. I'd rather not add 2 more playthroughs of it before I actually get to do new stuff, you know. So we won't be doing that. We're gonna wait till Friday. We're gonna give it a little bit of a break. I think if I did YouTube, I would probably consider doing it. Like if I were still a YouTuber outside of my VOD channel, I might consider it, but Oh, by the way, the reason I'm trimming away this spot of my base, just as a thing, is this whole area I need to widen because I want to let boats go through here. Because I've mentioned before, this is going to be, like, this section, right, is going to be the dye district, right? So all the dyes and stuff are going to be made here. And I'll probably put dyeing facilities here, right? Like, buildings and stuff that'll be over here will be for people who actually manufacture the dye that'll be collected in this section. Because this is going to be dye, like, all the way along here. It's going to be the people who are collecting that and farming it, and they'll farm it over in facilities that are going to be around here. And then that'll go back out in through here and go through the city's customs area and make sure everything is safe before sending it out for sales. But then from this side, I want people to be able to maybe transport the dyes that are down at this end. Maybe we have a couple facilities over here as well, but they'll be transferring the dye down the river and sending that across, you know, so. Trying to think about it from a logistics standpoint of like how would this city grow and expand, what is their prime exports, things like that. And I think it makes for more interesting cities when you consider those little bits, right? Because you don't have to. You good? You good? Did you get stuck? It's because I think it's because I initially had them over there and I took them in boats over here. So they have new children over here. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good morning. We've had so many follows. I think one of the cutest things I ever did for the stream, honestly, was adding those star stickers. And it was just me being kind of silly. But they're actually available as like merch stickers and everything for people who might want to buy them. And we've sold quite a few. People love having the stickers to give out. We've also got holographic ones, the Pride ones. But I added those stickers just as a way to kind of like have some constant throughout the whole stream going, look at all the follows we got. Like every one of those stars on the screen's edge, they're randomly rotated, randomly placed. And everybody gets to have their own little star placed on the little border and everybody gets acknowledged. And but I think one of the important things with live streams, and this is just my philosophy with streams and why I do them, is streaming is about interacting, right? So I want to be able to give you all instant feedback, even if I can't directly thank for things. Like with follows, I don't have a direct thank you when those go off. I don't do names because you run the risk of people having offensive names, and I don't want to be in the habit of like saying thank you for the names and blah blah blah, or not being able to thank y'all when there's a lot of y'all. And some people don't want to be known, right? But it's really fun to have little like perks and stuff that I can give y'all and ways for y'all to do things. And I haven't added things in a while. The main thing I want to add right now, by the way, this is something I didn't point out. Y'all are on the bottom of the screen. The little cow bears down there are called calf pints. They are half cow, half bear. They are customizable. They're done with stream avatars. You're collecting points while you're watching. But you can eventually buy outfits to customize them your own way. But if you want to know which one you are, you can try exclamation point sit, or exclamation point jump, or exclamation point dance, and you'll do a little animation down there. I hid the names and stuff because people shouldn't be outed for lurking, but you are one of them. Ow! Hi, Fee. You are one of them. So you get to chill down there. If you've been around a while, you can do exclamation point bomb, and you'll actually create a little explosion. But I think it's a really fun way for everybody to kind of be seen on the overlay and exist. I'm gonna say this. If you have a PC that is decent, get the mod Particle Rain and Cool Rain. Get those two mods, Particle Rain and Cool Rain. Particle Rain changes the rain into particles, which is what you're seeing here. Like, even if I turn off my shaders, you can see. This is Particle Rain. So this is a particle effect that emits around my camera. But it actually gives me rain falling down, all that stuff, right? And it goes at a slight angle and all of that. And then Cool Rain, if I pause the music so you can hear it a bit better. Cool Rain detects what I am under. So it's hitting the leaves, and you can hear leaves. It detects what's being hit by the rain, and we hear sound related to it. You can hear it hitting the water. Like, is that not a great sound? And let me go in here really quick. Drop that off. My favorite one, though. My favorite one, as long as that rain doesn't stop. My favorite one, though, is copper. Okay, copper is my favorite one. Go here. So it's very quiet, but we go out here. We got to get outside from under the orb, but come on. Has it not rendered that that's there yet? It's not doing it right now. It's actually, it's supposed to have like a metallic sound, and I don't know why it's not doing it. No? There it is. There it goes. I love that sound. I think it takes a while to detect what the blocks are around, or the way it's made. Hey, Togo. Give it a second to do it again. I wanted to get away from that because they're a little noisy. Come on. Come on. Make the sound. You did it before. It's bullying me. I think the way it updates the locations is a bit picky. Point is, it has its own like special sound with the Cool Rain mod. And it genuinely is like such a good sound. You can see it vanilla rain volume, metal blocks, fabric blocks, glass blocks, foliage blocks, water blocks, musical blocks. I don't know what the musical blocks one does. I don't know if it plays the notes or what there. Crystal blocks, evaporative blocks, bell blocks, thunderstorm winds. Actually, I've got a whole bunch of amethyst over here. That'd be our crystal blocks, right? I assume it's the same with iron blocks, yeah. It may have trouble here because the crystals are on it. Oh no, there it is. They're actually chiming. Every so often there's a chime. I think the more you have placed, the more obvious it would be. So like if we go back to our storage really quick. Oop, wrong storage. As long as it doesn't stop raining. I'm gonna go back over here, put that away. And I'll just grab a stack of iron. It's fine. And we'll go up here. We're actually above the rain. There you go. But is that not great? Like, depending on what your base is made out of, you suddenly completely change the vibe. If you want to do a metal roof, you can do a metal roof and you actually get to hear that. If you do one made out of glass, it sounds like it's hitting glass. It's just called Cool Rain. Like, the mod is just called Cool Rain. It's completely client side. You don't need it on the server or anything. And even if I go under. Rain on metal is such a good... I'm sorry, did somebody stick bread in my home? Hey, Arky. That's such a weird statement. I'm sorry, did somebody stick bread in my home? Yes, they did. Arky, I whitelisted your name for you. Hey, Nahi. But yeah, this makes me happy. Meow. Yeah, let's get rid of. Ooh, I got caught off guard by my own contrail. This is why I said though I love the contrail, because like look at that. You can see where I came from, all of it, and it goes the way through. And it lasts 30 seconds is what I set it to. There it goes. And then it just slowly fades away. But I think it's really cool to be able to see like the path somebody took as well, you know? Just having that. It's so satisfying. That was a double wide tree. What was the mod with the flower bed? Let me double check. Flower patch. It doesn't have an icon, but flower patch. And you can allow them to be bone mealed there too if you want to duplicate flowers. Yep, no problem. No problem. I need to work further on that spot. Shai was talking about needing screenshots of people having used it in their bases. So I wanna actually get further so that way she can use a screenshot of my build. There's not enough people are checking out Flower Patch. It's a really good mod. I believe it was made because Scar wanted it. Scar was complaining about it and it's like, there you go. I'll make it. So many quotes. It's very dark. It's in the middle of the night. Oh my god. It's so dark. Yeah, I think that's one of the things in Minecraft. As much as they have like meadows and stuff, there's really not a lot of flowers going on. And I think we would all appreciate more uses for the flowers other than like, oh, look, I can put it in a flower pot. Like, yeah, it doesn't look that good, though. But yeah, I need to like open this up specifically. Like, this is one of those spots where it's like, yeah. Here's the sign of part of why I look at this and go, I'm gonna have to terraform this. Because the river, like, almost is there. More player magic. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know. It's a weird balance of things. I want, though I would say I would like, other than the sniffer, to have some more friendly whimsy, because the game does lack whimsy. Minecraft lacks positive whimsy. Got plenty of negative whimsy, like with like hostile mobs are all like odd things, but we only really get to enjoy sniffers. Have a good one, Rolly. Hope to see you again. Do. Oh, my music. Music! Like, just opening these up, right? Like, opening this path up a little bit, and then we'll allow boats through here. Oh, I was watching, okay, so I was watching for a bit of Cleo's stream. And I also want to do, because I'm going to do the parkour thing, but it makes me want to do, like, an actual official race course. Because I feel like rich people need entertainment, right? And I need to figure out little ways to do entertainment. That's one thing I'm going to have to spend time sorting out. Like, how do rich people get entertained? Do we do a race course? Do we do a battle arena? What is the option that I want for this universe? Right? Because we're at any level of tech I want it to be, which is the fun thing. I'm doing a very mixed magic and modern and a little bit of futuristic tech going on. Because remember, you don't have to subscribe to any specific genre. You can mix and match genres. There's not actually a rule that says you can't do that. But like, we could do jousting matches, but then I would need to go, how would I do an arena for jousting matches? Are we going to be like medieval times and be sexist and not allow women to be knights? I'm joking. If we had it, there would clearly be no men being allowed to be knights anymore. We got to go the opposite direction. No, but you get my point. Like, there's so many questions I gotta think of logically. Because this is the thing. I've tried to explain this. I'm really, really bad when it comes to like role playing and things like that. I'm not good at it. My brain does not handle writing things and pretending to be someone I'm not. I'm okay with it. Like if it were like voice acting and things like that, I don't have a problem. But there's this part of my brain that does not handle the idea of long-term stuff that I'm making up on my own, pretending to be someone else. I can't do it. It's just how my brain works, right? Arky, we're all wizards. We don't get to be knights. We're all wizards. That's why my honorifics are maggot. That's why my honorifics are all magus. Improv versus script, yeah. You good, Starry? It is an option, Arky. It is an option. Oh, go ahead. Take it. Take all the dirt you want. I don't need it. What do you don't want to be a wizard? I mean, you can choose how to use your magic, but you are assigned magic. That's just what happens when you're non-binary. You are assigned magic. You don't get a say on that part. Be any type of magic. Like, you can use your magic however you choose. You don't have to do much with it. I did like a theory that wizards don't actually wear giant wizard hats or things like that. AMAB signs for assigned magic at birth, yeah. But I loved the joke theory that mages don't wear like big hats or live in a tower by choice. The amount of magical energy around them that they aren't using up, any of it that dissipates, that when it dissipates into things, it just makes them larger passively. So like they start in a little shack, but just over time the magic starts distorting the world that it is in and making it slightly bigger. And it's just a constant thing that they have to kind of deal with as wizards. So like the hat gets bigger, their robe gets baggier. Things don't fit right anymore because they're just slowly expanding from the magical energy. So the wizard tower was once just a shack, and it was them walking up the steps, and then just one day there were just more steps, and it was taller and more janky and crooked. I'm gonna change it a little bit, Arky. It's assigned fire at ball. If that goes there, this can be cut like 5 blocks more in. There we go. But no, I think that's the thing. If you're non-binary, you have more latent magical energy than other people. You don't have to use it. You just have it. Like, it is a completely optional thing. And it's like, but what if I want to have a sword? Be a spell sword. Or just be a sword and just have some healing magic you don't tell people about, right? You don't gotta follow, like, oh no, I was assigned this thing. Like, hey, you don't have to use it. You're not obligated. Live your life how you want to live your life. Ooh, I was born into a rich family. Spend it on the poor. Get poor. Join us. Bum, bum, bum. One thing I still haven't added to this PNG Tuber model. There's a lot I need to do with this model yet, but my character does have a canonical weapon, and I've not added it in at all. It was a failure on my part. My character was originally part of it. My model was originally part of a story I was writing for myself. It is not a magical weapon. My character is melee. Very melee based. My character's canonical weapon is a meteor hammer. By definition. Yeah. The meteor hammer design is supposed to just be a chain with a chain that it has a concrete ball at the end. Is its design purpose. Hey, Carslem. Okay, how's that shape? Like, obviously, this part is wrong. We're following the curve here. I need to do another wall here. I need to figure out a width. It's going all right. It's going all right. It's going all right. I need to figure out a width. This is a pretty good width. Like, we're gonna have boats coming through. How wide we looking here? The main width here that we'd be looking at is about 8. About 16 would be about the width. Now, I don't want that big of boats coming through this section, like coming through here, but I do want smaller ones coming through. But I think that's a fair width, so just making sure that I can fit like a chunk worth through, I think is good. So I think we could go about this wide. This should be fine. Let's see how far that is, though, before I actually just throw things down. What are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, I'm cool with 25. Right there. Now, the problem is I can't just go like, oh, 25. I need to find another basically straight spot like there and then do 25 from there, which would be over here. Which that is more than wide enough there because of the direction I made that wall go. But I do want to make sure it's at least like 25 right here. So let's see where that gets us. God, I'm glad I picked this music station. This is just a good vibe. This is good background music. Yeah, but we can go from like right here, right? Well, the water's not here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Will put me right here. Yeah, I am gonna do this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So we get a curve, and I'm gonna have to figure out what feels like 25 diagonal, which should be about. Oh God, I'm just trying to think 25 diagonal because it's you're gonna have a further distance going. I think it'll be about 20 diagonal. I think it should be about 20 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Does that feel right? No, 20 is too far. 20 is definitely too far. I'm kind of eyeballing with my hand. It's not that far. Like, I'm off by maybe 2 blocks. Hey, input.
Hang in there, everybody.
Yeah, that feels right. So I'm actually using my hand on the screen to create kind of the width as a reference point. Like, I've just got a visual, like, I'm looking at it and going, okay, it's right there. And then that's the same distance there. So that's pretty good. Just creating something I can physically look at and go, yeah, that. Which that should be. That one is that one. That one is that one. What looks like a fish? You look like a fish. What? I don't see it. This looks like a chicken. Y'all see the chicken? This lava pool made? That is the lava chicken. The true lava chicken. I'm sorry. The Twitch recap of here's what you and streamer did last month said I streamed for 0 seconds. Did I max it out? What the heck? I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing it. Oh, and by the way, freehand curves. What is going on with that block? What? Does it have a shadow on it? What's happening here? The bush. The bush had a cast shadow. Wait. Huh. Interesting. This music has very, Nier vibes. Is it Nier? It might be Nier. It's named Pascal. That is, yeah, this is Nier. It's a remix of it. It's an official Square Enix collection, but if it's named Pascal, Pascal was one of the robots in Nier Automata, right? So it's got to be the village song from that. Oh yeah, this is a note I should make. Sorry, mentioning the ancient debris. You can also now get ancient debris from Piglin Brutes. It's not a renewable thing. But looting on them, you can get like up to 5 from each data pack. I just wanted to make it a little more accessible to people. Just because I want to find a way to comfortably add that. I wonder if I could add netherite as a drop from trial chambers, because that would make it a renewable thing. I need to see if I can add things to the loot pool for that. Because if I can just add that into the loot pool of a random thing that can drop, as maybe you'll get some netherite scrap, it would make it a little more farmable. Okay, so I need to do a curve here. We know it's 18 blocks. Oh, can you get it from lava fishing? Perfect. That does give us a renewable way. And we're probably fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's still something. I don't mind if it's not the best way to get it, as long as it's there. So this is a mod for the rain. The rain is particle rain for the angle that it's flying at, and then the sounds are from the mod cool rain. So particle rain and cool rain as a combination means we get better rain sounds. Like rain hitting water sounds different than the rest. And oh yeah, that is I believe that is part of particle rain. Let me double check that one. That is, I think it's particle rain. Is it particle rain? Yeah, particle rain also adds mist and stuff, but I turned these off because I think the mist is too much. But rain streaks is that setting. So you can actually see the rain kind of running down things. But yeah, it's totally client side, not needed for anything. But I do find the mist to be a bit too much, so I did turn that off in its settings, but it's generally a very nice mod to have. Okay, you. Let's see where you end up if I do 25 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, and an additional one here, because I think this one matters. Visually, you're not seeing much here, but if I go F5 and I jump in the water, that one right there, I don't know if you noticed, that is a client-side one called Wakes. So you can see that I'm actually causing a bit of a splash in the water. If I throw an item in, it does it as well. That is an effect called Wakes. And it just makes things look a little bit nicer when they go through the water. Right? Like, having that little particle there, I think, does a lot. So, whoop. Yeah, you get a little wake around the spot where anything enters the water. What do you think about adding more roleplay items like umbrellas? I would like more roleplay items. I really would. it's one of those things where I think Minecraft really falls short, and I know part of it is like letting people use their imagination and really create things and whatnot. I get that that's kind of the point of it, but at the same time, adding some things that are definitely in there gives more things for mod makers and resource pack makers to have fun with, without having to drastically change the experience for people. Starry entering full netherite mode.
Hey Cameron, I think it's time you move before you fuse with the chair.
Yeah.
Go grab a drink.
Oh yeah, that's something that does that work properly, Nahi? I wasn't sure if that one was working. For those who don't know, on the server, if you have full netherite armor, you are supposed to be immune to fire damage. From lava and all that stuff. This is interesting. Because that doesn't line up. Why don't you line up? Why are you that far off? As long as it's not combined with the wings. Got it. So if you combine the elytra, then it doesn't work. That's fair. I'll have to dig in the data pack, see if I can fix it. But Mari is right. It is time for a break. So we will be doing that because it's been an hour. It's been an hour since we did our last break. I think this is the thing, though. This isn't necessarily wrong. The problem is there's so much... Just really quick, there's such an angle here, right? That, like, I can do that. I feel like I measured... Oh, no, I went diagonal from a point I shouldn't have. That one's just wrong. You don't have the wings on, though, right, Starry? Or you just to make sure, no wings. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to have to dig through the data pack for the fireproof stuff. Maybe I can make it only check if you have, like... Oop. Yep, there we go. Maybe I can make it check if you've only got, like, three... like, if you only got 3 pieces on, maybe it doesn't check the chest plate. We'll get into that. But it is time for us to take a quick 3-minute break. Get up, stretch your legs, tube man all around, get your wiggles in. I'll see y'all very soon. Be right back, everybody. I love and appreciate y'all. And finally, the last outfit I've been missing. Are you kidding? That was the last one I missed? Why is that the last one I missed? What are the chances of that being the last one I missed? What are the absolute chances of that being the last one I miss? I love and appreciate y'all a lot. I'm gonna go get some food. With that said, I will catch y'all next time. So, see. Through my controller. See ya. Love ya. I'm not meaning to look up her ass. The controller is upside down somewhere under my desk and I got hunted down. I'm sorry. See ya. Love ya. Bye-bye. Oh, I want to see this. Bad lily pads go in the leaf prison. Oh my god! Oh, beautiful. Got him. How the hell? My god. My god. Have I disciplined the child? Do you only know how to handle if I use a gun? Ada seems confused. What do you want from me? Learn that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know. I'm going with Battle Nuns. Hello? Let's watch the fight. 40% chance. My button didn't work. I love sitting here watching the fan art rotate through. Y'all did such an amazing job. And I appreciate it all so much. So again, thank you to everybody who submitted that. I always have such a difficult moment when it comes to ads. And this is nothing on y'all, I promise. But people do tune out when ads happen, right? People leave. And that is one thing that will always be a struggle for me to deal with, because it's like, what do I do to get people to stay during that? And it's because, like, one of the big things is, like, you lose a handful of views every time you run ads, but it's like they're not missing anything. So I need to figure out where that all goes. Okay, so the key things I need to keep these straight sections. So there and there are important. That one is in line with that corner, so I should be able to do that, and that. That's the big thing. I always want to take a break when y'all do, because I don't like the idea of y'all missing things. It's part of what makes me leave streams. Is I hate the idea of, like, oh, I missed a bunch of stuff, right? I hate that. Yeah, it's hard. I wanna try and make mini games. Is one of the big things. I really want to try and figure out how to make a proper, like, mini game for those who end up not leaving, right? Would be the goal. But I don't know what to do for it. We used to have, like, the drops and stuff for people who hung around during them, but I just hate having to run them. That curve good? I like that curve, but it feels off. I think I need to shorten this one and extend the one I'm on. Ow. There we go. How's that look? It doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right to me. I don't... Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that because my stream is smaller, it definitely wouldn't get everybody, which is a problem. Like, I agree. But having it is better than not having it, right? It's kind of the thing. And it's like, what would I do for the minigame, right? I'm not going to do, like, we did words on stream. Like, words on stream bugs me. It's not streamer built. It's community built, which is a problem. I say this a lot. When devs make games for streams, they don't make them considering the streamer. They always make them considering just the chat. And it's like, you've got to actually consider the streamer more. Because the amount of effort it takes to set up words on stream is not negligible. Like, I have to open it, I have to choose the browser source to activate, I have to do all that. Whereas, in theory, they could run it locally through an HTML file. that I give personal information to, and then that would work. But no. Yeah, that curve works. That curve works. I'm good with that. Well, it's not even necessarily viewer retention for those who do get ads. People will leave the stream during ads in general. If the chat is still going, in theory, that can get some of the people to stay and kind of want to know what's going on. And not everybody who is supposed to be getting ads is getting them either. So it's a mix of things to really fully get that balance, you know? Also, wait. Are you talking... Wait, what do you mean by my stream is the minigames would be mostly for those who don't get it? I'm intrigued, but... Are you talking, like, visually? Is it... Because it should be... Oh, it puts it in the little corner, doesn't it, now? Or, like, it puts the ad... The ad set... I haven't seen ads in a long time. I've had Nitro for over a year. I know they've changed some of the layouts. Next time ads run, can somebody take a screenshot for me so I can see how ads look on my stream? I would love to see that, actually, because I don't know what they look like anymore. I don't know how they visually look. I would love to see that. Preferably desktop. That is interesting. That is very interesting. I like that, but that is interesting to know if they're putting me above chat. Oh. Okay, this curve is right, but now I got to get over to that one. That's not going to be... Like, I can do this curve, but can I get to that? I think we just do the 1, and then I'm going to do a 2... Yeah, well, this one's gonna be a 2. Yeah, ads on raids. I don't think anybody who comes by in a raid should see ads for, like, I'd say 15 minutes. Unless they're a manually run raid, or a manual run ad. Who's that That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I kind of like that idea. I don't know how well that would translate, but I do like that idea. Especially if I were to spend the time to make it, like, make a handful of, like, things that are really hard to tell. Or if we grab, like, Pokemon fusions. My brain is just going, make it Minecraft skins, and it's just like, what? Well, they're in a Steve base or an Alex base, and that's all we got. We know nothing more. Like, what? Ow. 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 Yeah, see that's a thing. If Mari could host a game, that would be interesting. Where the game is chat based. If the game was chat based, I think that would work well, and then we just have an on-screen reminder of what's being said, right? Oh, actually, so Nahi, you've got a good idea there. So I'm going to do this in a weird way, just to show this. This might lag a little bit, and I do apologize. But I have a filter here, right? I have a filter. And I can do this, right? So now everything's pixelated, right? I can control this slider. I could start with something that's super blurred like this, and then just over the course of the 3 minutes have it just slowly do this, right? Over the course of 3 minutes. For the ads, and we could do something that way. I actually got a new one that I was toying around with, which is this, which actually turns me into an old school Game Boy game. Game Boy Color. Do the same thing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That is an interesting thing to think about, though. But yeah, a chat-based one would allow people who are getting ads and seeing the game smaller to still participate. So that is a very tempting thought there, Cold. And I like that you brought that idea up because that wasn't occurring to me as an option. So if I could restrict it to just be chat-based and just have a visual that's kind of showing that same minigame, that would allow chat to participate even if they're getting ads during that time. I do like that point. Okay, so I did 2-1-2 on that side, 2-1-2 on this side. Technically, yeah, 2-1-2, 2-1-2-2. Wait. 2-1-2-1-2-2. And this side is 2-1-2-2. But that does mean I do the 2 there, I do another 2. Right, so that technically I could do a 3 here. I've just got to kind of eyeball this width, and I'm a little worried that I've already screwed up. If I look at the map here, yeah, that curve feels too drastic. I need that to be another 1 and then nudge this over. Normally, and this is on me, normally I'm smarter about this and I don't start pillaring up. I don't know why I've been doing that. Hey, Vividist. Like, normally I just do this. I don't know why I've been going higher. Ooh, that thunder. Oh! Sorry. That's part of the Cool Rain. That long rumble. What are we looking at if I do that? Well, that's a curve that way. That's a slower curve. So this should stay going that way. So I did a 1. I should do a 2 and then a 2. So this is still wrong. That was in the correct spot before. I think I need to get rid of that. There. 2, 2, 1. 2, 3. Two, 2. Trying to figure out the correct angle for this. It's close, but we're not there. Okay. Get rid of you. Okay. 2. There's 1. 2, 1. Then you become 2. And then you become 1. Then you become 2. And then you become 2. Then we do a 2 again. Right? That's really close. That spot's throwing this off. I need 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, like that. Two, 1, 2, 2, 3. Right, because it's curving a little bit. Yeah, that's the angle I needed. Because if we go overhead now, you can see that feels like it's following that. I do need to get over to this now. That 4 goes perfectly with that, but then we need to go up a little more. We're gonna go there, 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 there. That over. Move that over. Can't stand there, or I can't tell what's going on there. It's a little wider there. I think I need to actually move it all in a little bit. So we go... Maybe we put 1 in that corner. So we put 1 right there. And push you back. And get rid of you. Put you there. Because that gives me a 3, 3. That's already better than what we had. 2, because that went 2, 4. Okay. So let's do 2, 3. And then 4, 4, 3. Will that feel smoother? That should feel smoother. Back up. I forgot to remove you. It feels a lot better. This distance, though, I need to move. We're going to go 3 here, 3 here, and then 2 on that corner one. So that gets reduced there. Get rid of that. We get rid of that. And we do that. It's such a weird little thing trying to find the right shape for this, but it's funny because I think my 18 was wrong here and I need to drop this to 17. Just because of the shape we're curving. That already feels better, right? Like that. Just that little tweak there. Though I think I'm still off. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get rid of that one, and then we're gonna do that. No. Just gonna go there. It's slight, but it's enough that I think that matters. Ooh. What? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently go 6. we go. Doo-doo. And this section is higher, even though I technically have the terrain down here, because as I mentioned before, I want the richer district to be more tiered as time goes on and raise higher and higher, so there is an imposing kind of cockiness to it for the scale of everything. So our main building in here is about that height, I think. So if I just go straight through, right? Yeah, our main building is here, and this is kind of the low point. You can see we are right in line with it. So this is the low point. And I want everything to kind of build up and kind of curve this back wall of it. But we can't do it without going further. Nice, Starry. You got the best one. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Okay, so now when we look at this, right, we've got an actual, like, good curve here. And it's not the best for, this is the thing, it's not going to be the best way to get things down, but what we'll do is we'll build, like, little docks along the edge that might have ladders to climb up and down, but they'll have, like, little crane setups to really, like, lift and lower cargo. Right, like, we can put, like, a little dock maybe, like, right along here. And a little crane above that'll help lower crates onto some of the boats to ship forward. Things like that. That's kind of the goal. And it will involve me clearing bits of the terrain. Like right here, I don't need this bit, right? So we're going to waste some more dirt. But that's the thing to me, is like, what I love about building bases like this and not having a full plan is I get to talk over my thought process with y'all, and I don't get mad when I'm not sticking to the plan. A big thing with the way I view art as a whole is we learn as we go, right? We learn as we create. We get new ideas as we're rolling along. We're creating these new bits. We're learning. We need to be willing to change what we've done. We need to be willing to evolve the idea. And I think far too often, especially in Minecraft, we end up having this, like, this is what I want to make, and then we don't let our idea breathe. So with my ADHD building style here, where I'm stepping away from different portions and jumping back to other ones, I get to look at it and go, you know what? I liked the idea at the time, but I think I can do more with it now, right? So, like, even just, like, looking at the things I've done, I can look at this and go, okay, these are the buildings I've got, but I haven't thrown color into them yet. Maybe I'll like a different color. Maybe I want to do this. This building originally was going to be flat, but as I was working, like, it was going to be, like, have a roof here. And then I realized as the buildings got taller, it wasn't pulling my eye up. So I changed it to this. And I'm going to put pagoda-style roofs on it that are going to widen it a bit, but still draw the eye up. Right? And that's the big thing, is I want to keep the eye moving upward when it comes to that big building. So as much as I do other things, I need to make sure everything contrasts. Everything pushes those shapes to the next level. And it's a never-ending cycle, but that's the fun of it. Like, art doesn't have to stay static. You don't have to stick to one idea. And some people might not like that. Some people might want to see the thing go all the way to the end based on that initial idea. But it's like, if I'm not loving what I'm creating, then let's change the path, you know? Switch course. You can always change course on your own art projects, you know? Gets a little bit different, I guess, if people have been funding it, but then that's no longer your project. That is a publicly funded thing. Doing a call to kind of Kickstarters that have, like, changed direction. Did you know one of the most popular Kickstarters of all one of the most popular games of all time drastically changed direction after I had supported it on Kickstarter? Anyway, did you know I used to be a Fortnite Kickstarter backer? Did you know Fortnite was on Kickstarter? Did you know Fortnite was a tower defense game? Did you know I funded it as a tower defense game? Just saying. Sometimes things drastically change course. Yeah, Fortnite has a game mode called Save the World. That is what the original game was. It's a tower defense game where you push away zombies. Like that's what it always was. And then PUBG was getting really popular after PUBG copied Minecraft Hunger Games. Epic wanted in on that, so they made a joke free-to-play Battle Royale mode for the game, and then it ended up being more popular than the actual game, and then they just shifted course entirely. Yeah. I'm responsible for Fortnite in a really annoying way. But yes, Fortnite was a tower defense game. And now it's a Gen AI slop game. Yay. Exactly, Cold. Yeah, they shifted into Gen AI. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, PUBG, was a mod of a different game that I'm blanking on the name of. Starts with an A. Armo? Arma. Thank you. I couldn't remember all the letters. Yeah, it was a mod of Arma that made it into a Battle Royale kind of scenario where everybody's just trying to survive out there. But that was heavily inspired by the Minecraft Hunger Games mod. That was also around at the time. And as that was gaining popularity, well, Hunger Game maps and things like that at the time. So Minecraft is responsible for Fortnite, is mainly what I'm saying here. Without Minecraft Hunger Games, we wouldn't have Fortnite. And I don't know how you want to take that, but I think that's weird. Minecraft is directly responsible for Fortnite. I don't know if Minecraft really is responsible for a lot of games as a whole, or at least successful games. I do think there's a lot of games that were partially inspired by it, and it has, I think it's responsible for the survival genre being as sought after as it is, but I think the inspiration's pretty short-lived on what's actually inspired by Minecraft, and not just the idea of a survival genre. A survival crafting genre, right? It is definitely responsible for the survival crafting genre being as popular as it is, but I don't know if we can necessarily blame Minecraft as a whole, because there were a lot of games that were doing it that did it in different ways, right? I have no idea who that is, Beard. That is a name I've never heard. Thanks, input. Hytale is inspired. Okay. Hytale's inspiration. I'm gonna be rude here. Hytale's inspiration is not Minecraft. Hytale's inspiration is Minecraft's EULA telling them they're not allowed to put gambling mechanics in their game. And they were mad because they couldn't create loot boxes that would give away generic Minecraft things, so they made their own game. I hate Hytale. I hate Hytale, and it's not even an opinion on anything game related. I hate things that are made out of complete spite. And Hytale's made out of spite and headed by somebody who loves Gen AI, so Gotcha. Okay, yeah, being inspired by Infiniminer, or like being the creator of Infiniminer, I will give that. So yeah, Zachtronics to blame. I always hear that statement, but I don't agree with the whole Cleo being made out of spite thing. I think Cleo pretends to be made out of spite. I think it also depends on how we view spite as a thing. But yeah, I know what you're saying. The issue is a lot of people will be like, I'm gonna make this thing because the thing you're doing pissed me off. Like, just this kind of a thing. There's a lot of websites that popped up when Mixer shut down, and some of them were just made because of Mixer shutting down, and they were mad that it shut down. But then other ones were mad for like they literally wanted to make a new. If your goal is to make a new version of the thing that exists, I don't trust you, because you're not doing enough on your own, right? Like that's the big thing to me, is like, have an original idea. Like, if your idea is just, I want to make Minecraft, but in a way that I can monetize it better, it's like, I don't like the direction you're starting on. It's a bad first foot, right? And I think that's one of the big things when it comes to a lot of these sites. Like, I can't even remember the name of the one that was trying to replace Mixer. But I sat in on one of their town halls, and I had vague posted talking about how it made me really uncomfortable because it seemed very sexist and like not a good environment that I was immediately getting vibes for. Didn't even name the site or anything. And the one person who made comments that I viewed as sexist had found my post and replied to it, being very pissy. And it's like, you have proven why I do not trust you. I think, well, okay, spite can be a starting point. Being angry out of spite can be a good starting point. But if that's your key driving factor, that's a horrible way to go. If your idea is, I want to do this thing in my way, and I'm going to do it simply to, I'll show them, because that's what spite is I'll show them for a lot of it. It's like, do the thing because you want to do the thing, right? Do the thing because you want to do the thing, not do the thing because you're mad at somebody. Not healthy. I got my start on YouTube doing a podcast. I did a video podcast, and it was a Little Big Planet themed one. And I did it because I was annoyed watching this one channel that was really popular for it, but they weren't putting in effort. And I'd seen their old stuff, and they were in their old stuff. And I'm like, well, they're the only one that exists right now. You know what? I'm going to make my own. I did do it because I was mad at them, but it wasn't because I wanted to do what they were doing, but better. I did it because they should be doing better. They should be caring, and I wanted to do a thing that encouraged the community that they were claiming to support to actually be supported and do shout outs and give like credit where credit was due. That's the difference, right? Like, I did it, like, my spite wasn't because I wanted to one up that person. My spite was seeing, okay, these people aren't giving credit where they should. They're not respecting their community. They're not doing that part. And I want to give the community that respect. And then I also was able to learn a lot of things along the way. So it was a learning experience for me. I got to have fun with a friend. I wasn't doing it to be like, ha, we did this thing, you didn't. You know, and so there's just kind of that like atmosphere vibe shift, and you've got to, it's all well and good to be inspired by spite, but for that to be your key driving force isn't good. which is why Hytale's in that, like, I don't like that you made this because the EULA said you couldn't put gambling mechanics in and you couldn't charge people. I believe the specific part of the wording that pissed them off was, if I remember the old post, it was specifically the EULA had changed to make it clear you could not charge people in Minecraft to access previously existing mechanics. So you couldn't say like, oh, you can buy a diamond pickaxe with this. Like, you couldn't buy you couldn't, like, lock the ability to mine behind a paywall. Like, stuff like that, and that's what inspired Hytale, was that spite. And it's like, It's really concerning that monetizing things that somebody else put in a game is what makes you mad enough to make your own game, right? You know, that's where it kind of got me. I do think it's funny, though, like, along those same lines, you get games like 7 Days to Die that was literally, like, built on stolen Minecraft code originally, and they had to, like, rebuild the whole game. I think it was 7 Days to Die. People are weird. That's where all this vibe coding BS is gonna, like, come in and really bite people. It's like, it's gonna end up ripping code out of a leak from another game at some point, and be like, this is what's done! And then it's gonna be like, yeah, that code is stolen. That code belonged to a previous game that, like, the source code got leaked. Cough, cough, Minecraft. And now that you've used that code directly in your game, you've opened yourself up to a lawsuit and you're screwed. And it's gonna be like, what? 'Cause that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna start happening. All these AI coding things are going to start using leaked source codes and generate things using illegally obtained code. And it is gonna be a very interesting situation. Because now anybody trying to do Minecraft-like mechanics, AI is gonna be fed that. Because if you didn't know, old PS3 and Xbox Minecraft code, source code got leaked online. I'm kind of intrigued by it. Not gonna lie, not because I want it to be leaked there. I'm waiting for Microsoft to sue them because it was a company hired by Microsoft, right? Like, it was a company hired by Microsoft, and one of the members of it did. Oh, one sec. I got a DM from a game dev really quick. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, the game we played a little while ago during Steam Next Fest, the dev is trying to wants to upload footage of their game being played by different people, and they had just messaged me asking if they were allowed to use my footage, if I'd be cool with that, and if I wanted, we could figure out how to do the collab feature on YouTube, which I have no understanding of, but yeah. I will always do what I can to help indie devs, you know? Like, genuinely. What's interesting, Cold? Yep, have a good one, Alien. You leaving, I assume? Am I understanding that correctly? Ba 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 ba. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. Bum 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 bum. Okay, clear out that little bit there. How are we looking on the map? Yeah, see, that just feels really good having that open. Ugh. I'm running out of pie. Go to my storage. Trash, trash. 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 Dirt. Whoop. Copper in there. I have a Nautilus shell in one of these. I think it's over here. Nope. Yes. I feel like I've got more Nautili somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, yeah, no, so the indie dev just wants to basically, like, upload the chunk of my VOD that shows off their game to their own channel. So they can show off, like, people having the experience, how they went with creating. It's entirely possible they're also going to edit it to do, like, a little commentary about the changes they're making and stuff like that, which is cool. They've recently started doing videos, but they're chill. But I love seeing those little bits of like, yeah, no, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. Oh. But yeah, the Minecraft source code got leaked like a week ago. What's really interesting is the source code also included, believe it or not, the original version of Minecraft Legends, which was in fact like the prototype for it, which was in fact a Minecraft mod at one point, before made into a standalone game. But the proof of concept was fully in Minecraft. But I'm very curious to see what's going to happen to the company that made it. 4J, I think was the name of the company, because it's one of their employees that leaked the source code. So I have a feeling Microsoft lawyers are digging into that now. Because if one of your employees just went rogue and started posting your source code for an older version of a game you own, that is definitely not in a situation where it's not abandonware. But they were a hired contractor company to make the game. It's not gonna go well. Because in this case, you are a trackable, like, you're a trackable company with somebody else's assets, and you just had source code leak that belongs to Microsoft and literally the biggest game in the world. That ain't gonna go well for anyone. So, I'm very curious for what the response is going to be. I just want to remind people on this server, whenever they ask about, like, dirt and whatnot, dirt is craftable. Dirt is craftable. Da, 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 da. Doot, doot, doot. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. It's an old... The thing is, too, it's an old enough version of Minecraft. Like, it's not like they're getting anything out of it. And it's also, like... It is Bedrock Edition's version. But leaking the source code online from a contracted company is just one of those things that kind of throws me. It's like, ooh. ooh, that's not good. You know, like that's not, it's not what you want to see. It is kind of an interesting spot because, like, at least with the PS3 one, it's like, yeah, no, I kind of, like, get that one is an abandoned version. So it's less harsh than it would be if it was, like, say, like, the PS5 version of it, right? Where that's still actively being worked on and things like that. But it is very interesting. It is very interesting to kind of be like, why? Okay, so if I do... That would be a very, very long diagonal here. Which I guess is what I was planning, but that doesn't feel like it's in the right spot. I think I need to move that over. That one needs to be a 2. And then we go there. And we follow that curve. Why did I do this so weird? I think I focused too hard on the wrong spot when I was doing this line, because that line is right there. Well, yes and no. Because Microsoft won't know who the person is. Microsoft won't know the person who leaked it because they leaked it on 4chan of all places, right? So Microsoft doesn't have an idea of what person actually did the crime. However, they know that the security was lax at the company, meaning that, like, the company is responsible for their own employees, right? So while I get what you're saying of, like, well, the company didn't leak it, somebody who worked there did, who may have left, but it's a matter of that company is still responsible because they had a breach of their own contract by an employee doing that. Now, obviously, they can do repercussions against that employee, but they still broke contract, right? Is kind of the thing. It's like they may not have knowingly done so, but they have to prove that the employee was reprimanded for it, things were there, and they still broke contracts, so they still owe... There's likely some amount that company now owes Microsoft for breach of contract, is kind of the thing. And that's where you're going to see a lot of it, is they likely owe compensation for that. It may be handled behind closed doors, but... And then that employee individually, if it is provable that it is that individual's action, can also be sued. But there is likely a legal notice already sent to the company, if the company's still around. I don't know if 4J still exists. Does 4J make games? Let me see. Let's see. 4J Game Studio. 4J Game Studio. I can't spell, apparently. 4J Studios Limited is a British video game developer based in Dundee. Yeah, no, they're still around. I wrote 4J correctly. Studio was having problems. And I don't blame my spelling, I blame touchscreens. It's going to get a little bit wider right there, but I think I'm okay with that. So we go diagonal here. I think we do... that. If the company figures out who did it and tells it to Microsoft, feels then it should change the person. Well, yes and no. So again, Nahi, Microsoft will likely sue the person if the person can be tracked down. Yes, 100% you are correct. The problem, though, is the company themselves still broke the contract. The company is under contract to do things. Like that's the thing. The company was under contract to properly handle their data and what they were storing, right? Like that's kind of the thing, is they have to handle that properly. Them having a leak and a whole bunch of private information that they should not be sharing being shared by them does make the company responsible. Yes, their own employees there. Now, the other option here that could happen is Microsoft may just put that company under breach of contract and deal with that outside of the courts, and then that company could sue their own employee because they just screwed up a major deal, and they can show damages and things like that to their reputation, because nobody's going to work with 4J if their employees are leaking source code, right? Or if it was an ex-employee who stole it as well. Contracts get weird. Two, 2, 1, 2, then 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. Two, 2. We do like that, right? And we do 3. Contracts and law is weird and does not work according to... Yeah. Well, generally speaking, the thing, it's not so much the contracts bit. The part of it that makes it important to understand is that Microsoft is responsible for its employees just as 4J is responsible for its employees, right? So if it were a civil lawsuit and something small, then it would be person to person. But this would be a company not handling somebody who acts as a member of that company. Now, if that employee no longer works with that company and left the company and stole that information, then obviously then 4J would be able to sue the employee for stealing that information from the company. However, again, as an employee of the company is when that person took that, right? That person did not take that information when they weren't working there. That employee retained that information, which means that 4J did not do their job in making sure that employees did not have access to information upon no longer being an employee if they didn't work there, or if they did, then they leaked it. But they leaked it as an employee of that company. So it's not so much that they were part of the company or that it's one person in the company. It's the fact that when you are dealing with companies, every employee is the face of that company. That's why a lot of companies will immediately terminate the employees when they are caught doing something illegal. Because then you can't sue the company for that person specifically for that action. However, you can still sue for damages. You can still sue for damages that have been done by that person when they worked there. But you can't... they're no longer kind of on the hook for things that person does because they're suddenly a private citizen, right? And then you have to sue that person differently. It changes who the perpetrator is, and what the legal recourse is, because again, it's like, well, you are a representative of that company. Kind of why a lot of places will fire somebody for their private... They won't fire people for posts that they make on their private accounts as long as they never mention their business where they work. But as soon as somebody, say, takes a photo in a work uniform, if that photo's there, they're in trouble. There was a big case that had happened. There's a case involving a judge that was posting a whole bunch of political commentary and stuff on his personal account, which he was allowed to do. But there's a whole thing with he can't post it if he talks about being a judge or shows evidence that he's a judge, because then it's no longer personal. It becomes also the views of the company visually. And that's, or in this case, the courts, right? You cannot be in a position where you are the face of that company. So just them leaking information that would have only been available, that makes it clear it was an employee. Unless 4J could somehow prove that, no, somebody hacked our servers and we had no idea. But then again, 4J is very likely under contract to provide proper security and stop possible leaks from happening. And then they would still be in breach of contract. Where they're very much probably not going to be able to actually, like, sue them as oh, you did this maliciously, but they did still fail to enforce their or uphold their side of the contract, in which they are, again, responsible for the damages and paying out whatever amount they owe. It's entirely possible they could owe everything that Microsoft invested into them as a company. It is entirely possible they could owe that back. Microsoft never had it, so it would have to be either from 4J or somebody who hacked 4J, because 4J are the ones who worked on it. Microsoft didn't work on it; they just published it, right? Essentially, a company would theoretically have to only hire people they 100% trust, not do anything illegal, which is impossible. Yes. Yeah, exactly. No, but that's the thing. They are still responsible for those people. Anything that is done with things that are accessed by that company, the company is responsible for, as well as the person. In this case, what they did wasn't a crime. It wasn't a crime. There was no crime committed here. Like, leaking information isn't a crime. It's a civil thing. They created damages, right? This wasn't even a crime, though. But yeah, if a UPS driver, like say, if a UPS driver, a delivery driver, in the delivery van, crashes into another car, the company is responsible for that, right? It's not the person that did it. The company is responsible for that crime. Because it's something they did with something that is the company. Now, if they did it with their own personal car, while not working, they're not responsible. But they didn't do it with anything related to the company. But if they did it, if they like stole the company car, or like didn't clock out and took the company car and then crashed into another car with it, the company's responsible for it. Just as the company is responsible with that car, the company is responsible with the data in the case of 4J. So they should have been properly securing that one, right? The only exception to not being 4J would be if somebody had hacked PlayStation and got the code out of PlayStation somehow, which is really unlikely that they would only take that, and that was the only thing that was released. Yeah, it is possible that other things happened. But I think that's on 4J to prove that. I believe the person had claimed that they worked at 4J. I can't remember specifically. Probably being Mojang in this case. Yeah, no, it's entirely possible that Mojang did it, but I don't think it's I don't know. I believe the person had claimed to be 4J. I can't remember. I'm going kind of off of TikToks that revealed information, I'm not going to 4chan myself to see what was posted. I'm going off TikTok summarizing and showing some screenshots. So little details are lost on me. But basically, in the overall case of this, though, is that the company that the company that had the data stolen from them is still responsible for that data. If it was somebody on the clock or off the clock, they are responsible for it from the contract standpoint. They're responsible for damages because they didn't properly contain it. It may not be 4J. It could be a different client. It could be maybe somebody who worked at PlayStation who was the one who was responsible for handling that source code did it. It's entirely possible. There's a lot of spots, but I believe 4J is the most probable. Because again, if it were say Mojang, and they got it from Mojang, why would that be the one they leak? Why would that be the one they got the source code for? Like, there's a lot of like, why would that be the one they got, right? 4J's not known for much. Like, what is 4J known for? Because they only specifically It was absorbed by Puny Astronaut. Radio Studios now intend to start publishing games with Puny Astronaut Sky Tales in 2013. They have made a port of Elder Scrolls 4 for the PS3. Star Trek, they did a Banjo-Kazooie port. Perfect Dark, and then Minecraft 360 edition and PS3 edition. Xbox One edition, PS4 edition, Vita edition, Wii U edition. That's all they do. That's all they've done. And they were apparently also doing 007, GoldenEye. But no, it kind of just changes, right? Changes a bit based on bits and pieces. But overall probability is that it was 4J. Just because they also are a smaller company. But I don't know. It is possible. It is possible with somebody else. It is. Like I won't deny that possibility is there. I'm just very doubtful that it would be anybody other than theirs. Which is my own biases, probably. I do 4 there. I need to get over to that spot, though. 4 might be too far. Let's drop this down to 2. And then we'll get rid of this one. Oop, wrong thing. But we'll go there. So we got 2, 2, 2, 2. 2. Yeah. 3.
Cameron, could
Yeah.
you at least give me a few minutes of quiet so I can catch some shut-eye? You could
Not really
run
gonna be
out
that
so
quiet.
the viewers still have something to watch.
Let me figure out this curve first. If we do 3, 3, 3. No, 3, 3, 3, 4. 4. Yeah, it gets a little bit wider at the bend, but it narrows out. I think that's fine. Hey, Fuji. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make that a 5, and I'm going to remove this one. Eh. Okay, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, we'll do 6. All right, but Mari is right. It is time for a quick break. We've been going for a while. We're going to go for an hour longer. I think this is actually where I'm going to need to start curving this to really spread this, because I want that to go there. And then maybe actually do a sharp edge here to create a wall. And then this section here will curve this way. So I'm actually going to back this off a little bit really quick. All right, we'll go... Well, that was a big one, so we'll go there, there. But yeah, it is time for a quick break, as Mari said. So everybody, do the right thing. Take care of yourself. Stretch your legs. I will see you all in 3 minutes. Be right back! Mari, did you start choking during that? It's a big milestone as well. Oh god, we've begun with this. I guess we're playing a classic game now. This actually isn't too hard on this game. Ow, never mind. God. Okay, you've actually successfully got me with that. That mirror went on longer than I thought. What? Well, this is okay. Okay, chat. I didn't mean play every single card. What? You know, here's the thing though. Here, I'll do it while one-handed.
I hope Belle will be proud.
There. so that's the joke. And it does learn that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know.
Nothing in the bathroom. There's
Where are you going?
I'm looting the house. That's what you're
Why-
supposed to do.
You picked the spot for me to go to. I went to it and you're nowhere near it. You told me to go here.
I'm going there.
You told me to go here. I came over here.
wait,
And
there's
you're
the
like,
other side.
but no.
I'm coming over there now.
Are you?
I'm trying to find my way.
Where'd he go? Oh god.
Yes, let's all laugh. Ha, 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 ha.
I am so bothered. Sorry. I'm just really thrown off. I was checking Discord. And I need you all to understand this. Had 2 scammers in the Discord. 2. Apparently in the last hour, 2 scammers showed up. 2 of them. Okay. Now, here's the thing. One was a real person. One of them was a real person. I promise. One of them was real. One of them was a scam bot, like trying to sell AI art. The one fell for my thing saying they were a scammer. The other one, and I don't know who you think you are. Put it in other. Sorry, it would help me. But I don't know who this person thinks they are. But what they did, they went into my Discord, opened a help ticket to self-promo their Minecraft plugins. They opened a help ticket to sell me on their plugins. Why do you think that is acceptable? Why would you ever think that the, hey, mods, I need your help, we've got a problem, is the right place? Oh, that was, I want to be clear here. If you want to try to do a business thing and contact me for business stuff, there is shockingly a business email you can try to contact me through. I have a business email. Use that. Contact me through that. Plenty of devs have. Like, I get contacted through that all the time. It's cool. But you are immediately on my bad side if you're going to go, hey, this spot that says report problems here. Anybody in my Discord knows. The channel for needing help is called report problems here. And they decided to self-promo in the report problems here channel that automatically tags moderators to open it up and look. You are not going to be on my good side if you do that. There is not a win there. Hey, Taiga. Yeah, they reported themselves as a problem, 100%. But yeah, no, that is not what that channel is for. That channel very clearly is not for that, and you have immediately made an enemy of me. And unless the next words I hear from said person are, I am extremely, extremely sorry. Like, God, that was so unprofessional. Like, that's probably the same as, like, somebody seeing a business email and going, hey, I just want to know if you'd want to chat. Like, are you a business? Well, no, I'm... Like, then go away. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the thing. Is like, why do you think that this is okay to do? They're already banned, Taiga, so you can't. I'm sorry. They're already gone. They'd probably taste like they're unwashed though. So I don't know if you'd want to eat that. They were a gross person. I don't think you'd want to eat a gross person. I just feel like that would go poorly for you, you know? Boop, boop. Okay. This is kind of the shape. We're getting that curve there. Yeah, I think that's a neurodivergence thing. We don't have proper ways to express ourselves, so we lash out, and we know that lashing out and hitting people would be mean, so we joke about eating them instead because that's like, well, that would get the thing done, but clearly I won't do that because that would be a crazy thing. Yes, we also have community members who really like to lick things. This is true. That is true. It is also a sign of affection. Depending. The very much like, love language is bite. What? Love language is bite. Do-do-do-do. Okay. The important thing is that you only bite people who give consent to bite, though. Biting okay, as long as they are okay with it. But humans are very venomous. When it comes to bite. Exactly, Dor. Exactly. Okay, how does that look? That curve, that is... Okay. I know it's a little more bulbous right here. Like, technically, I probably should slope that in, like, maybe one more row. But like that is a good curve. Oh, I love that. That turned out really good. Like, that makes me genuinely happy. That is a good curve. Now, I want to curve this down this way, though. So I want to start going here, and we're going to curve this down, because we're going to create more of an opening. Right? Because we've got another lake forming here. Though this will be interesting. Actually, I got to think about this long term, because I mentioned I want to do big buildings here. Like, I want to have a tiered houses and houses going up and up and up, right? For rich buildings, right? So if we do that, what are we dealing with here, right? Because I could go like that. I think what we need, and I hate how much of a pain this is going to be, I think we need a very large curve right here, right? Very, very large curve. And then this curve will carry out further, but we need, centered on this, a curve, and then maybe move it over. This is gonna be rough, but you know what? We're gonna have our moment, and we're gonna show how the I'm gonna show you all how the build guide works. That I always mess up. Okay. So I am going to go like this because this will make this easier, and we're gonna turn on build guide. Okay. So then we're going to go over to shape list, and we're going to add one, but we need to add a circle. I'm going to add a circle, right? So here's our thing. Now I'm going to go over to shape. This is important because if we stay over here, it'll mess things up. We go here, and we need our radius to be a lot bigger. So there is our circle. It's based right where I am. We're going to flip this, so now it is level on the ground. I am going to increase the depth just so it's a little more clear. And then we need to go big. I do really like curves, though, as a thing. Because the thing about them, right, is Minecraft is a game that is technically without. Like, it lacks them. It lacks curves. And because it lacks curves, you end up with a lot of situations where things aren't quite there. Let's increase the height of this. And then we need to lower it down. Which I believe is right there. And then I need to move this all the way to 0. Because my base is actually right on 0. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to increase. Right to there, and then I'm going to move this out that way, I think. So now that we're in free cam, we could go that way, right? And we're going to go up. We're going to go way up to look at this. So you can see that. Now, I might be a little off on my positioning, so I am going to need to adjust that first, but you can see we've got a big section here. Now, I think I'm going to need to pull it back and move it over. Nah, because it's still valid, Nahi. It's still valid. So we're going to make this bigger. I'm going to go out to like here. Okay, let's reduce the radius a little bit. Now if I go right there. Do that to bring the camera back. But if I go right here, we'd have to move these a little bit, but that would get a very clean curve all the way along there. I just need to make sure I'm centered, because I don't actually know for certain where the center is. So let's go into our storage. Okay, what am I at coordinate-wise? Oop, wrong button. I am at 3. So if I want to be at 3, we need to move this one. Need to move it there. See, that was what I'm afraid of. So that needs to be at 3. Now we need to go back to where we were. Go back to the overlook. I love those contrails so much. Okay, and now we're gonna go back here, and now, so I moved it over 3. Now the problem is that has super misaligned it now. So we can increase the radius. I think is good there, and then do we go? Let me go there, but then I need to get to a better angle. We're living a Pokeball rather than a house. We don't really know what the inside of a Pokeball actually is like, which makes that a really hard question. I like the question. To be clear, I like the question. We just don't really know what that entails, which is where I'm a little unsure. Okay, I think I go right there. I may have to tweak this a little bit, but I think we go right. You know what? Let's take that. Can I go one more there? I'm gonna go one more, but I'm not gonna do that one. I'm gonna adjust into this. I imagine it being curved. I mean, in theory, but we don't really know. We don't have the specific details on that. So I am intrigued. I like the question. I do like the question. I just am not certain on the actual answer. Because, like, it could also be a pocket dimension where time stops. Like there's a lot of odd possibilities with what is going on inside the Pokeball. Do we know what's in it? Like, the original Pokeballs were somehow made out of nuts. Which, like, what do you mean? Like, there's like some magic thing going on with tree nuts in the Pokemon universe, and I think that is an important conversation that we consider in this whole thing, right? But, like, do you feel it? Does it shrink you down? Do you have your own gravity in there? Like, is it its own little, like, pocket dimension? Is it like a bag of holding? Because, like, if it's like a bag of holding, like, that's great, right? Yeah, well, they aren't now. I also know you're making a pun. But they aren't now. But the original Pokeballs were made out of different nuts. I believe but, like, they could be hollowed out, and then the hollowed out nut would be used as a Pokeball. So there's, like, no science behind the Pokeball. I mean, there's probably science, but it's not like some technological marvel. Storing it in a PC was. Like, Bill's storage system, where you can store the Pokemon inside the PC, absolutely technological marvel. But, like, Pokemon themselves just get trapped in tree nuts. Pokemon in ancient times were much smaller. No, but, there's a whole... I think the first time they showed it was in the Celebi movie, where Ash time traveled back to the past, but they used apricorns. And the hollowed out apricorn would be turned into it. But in Pokemon Gold and Silver, I think it was Gold and Silver, Gold, Silver, Emerald, you can talk to an old man, and he will carve out the tree nuts that you have, and he will turn them into Pokeballs for you, and they each have their own special theming. So they did carry it through into the games, and it is acknowledged in the games. I feel really nerdy talking about that. Like, I usually don't feel nerdy talking about things, but that one got me for some reason. Couldn't remember if it was gold and silver or ruby and sapphire. Ruby, sapphire, emerald, gold, silver, and crystal. Just couldn't remember which one it was. I know a lot about older Pokemon. I think Gen 3 I lost a bit of the interest. But no, I was big into Pokemon for a while. The fun thing is I never really cared for the anime, like ever. I did like the movies though. Never cared for the animated series, never really got into that. I was more into Digimon. I think Digimon always had the better show. Though I will say the newest season of Pokemon Horizons, very good. Highly recommend. Has a non-binary main character, and if you go, well, they're not canonically non-binary, screw you, I can read the writing on the walls. They are non-binary. Fight me. But yeah, no, I didn't really care much for a lot of the Pokemon show, just because I found it to be... I've always had trouble with shows that felt like they were designed to never end. And Pokemon is definitely one of those shows that was designed to never end, right? Yeah, having the miniseries are good, but yeah, Pokemon New Horizons is quite good. I would recommend New Horizons if you get a chance. But no, I have approximate knowledge of many things, and that does include Pokemon lore. But it only goes up to like Gen 3. And I know a decent amount about Gen 6, which is people's most hated gen, which I don't think is fair. Gen 6 is amazing, and I think people are afraid of change. I think it is simply that people are afraid of change. And if you're afraid of change, I understand why you strictly have a credit card. / debit card. That's a bad joke, but I made it anyway. And now we all have to sit there with it. And we all feel a bit more dead inside from it. But it's okay, because we're not dead inside. We already were. I should probably repair my tools really quick. Like, we're getting down there, so let's go to the end portal. Which, whoever owns the end portal, Waystone, can we be really cool and capitalize it for my OCD? It's not OCD, but my annoyance here. This drives me nuts. Can we capitalize it, please, whoever owns it? I thought Gen 6 was Sun and Moon. Huh? Pokemon Gen 6. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Nope, I'm wrong. Cool. I, for some reason, had 6 and 7 mixed up. I think it's because I kinda didn't care for X and Y. X and Y was Megas, right? X and Y was the Digimon generation. And you can fight me on this. Digimon, like, Mega Evolutions are Digimon. I hate Megas. I'm cool with like all the other weird quirks. Even terrestrialization. Terrestrialization is honestly the best one they've ever done, but also the ugliest one they've ever done. This was made by, I believe Somia made this farm. I have no understanding of why this works the way it does. I feel like I could take a moment to maybe look at it and kind of get some of it. I get that the piston pushes the mobs into the minecart and then they get killed by cramming. Or, I'm sorry, they get pushed into the boat and they're killed, or, yeah, they get pushed over into that area and get killed by cramming over on the side. I understand that. And because they only have this little platform to spawn on, they all spawn over there and run over along a little path. What I don't understand is there is an armor stand next to me. And that's vital for this to work. And I don't get it at all. There's also a pressure plate thing going on, which I think I'm hitting when I swing the sword. Oh, wait, no. I'm swinging the sword. The sword is pushing the armor stand up into the pressure plate. The pressure plate is pushing the piston to push them over. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know why it's on a composter. That's a bit weird. That seems unnecessary. I guess that's maybe to allow the armor stand to spawn when you use the dispenser below it, just in case it messes up. Yeah, so there's an armor stand here. That gets hit, that gets knocked up into the pressure plate. The pressure plate powers that piston, pushes them over into this. And then they get entity crammed. There's 2 boats there and probably a bunch of hopper minecarts, or just 1 hopper minecart and a bunch of boats. I don't know how many boats are there. I think the composter specifically is there because I don't think that armor stand could be placed if that was a solid block. If that was a solid block, I think it wouldn't get placed by this dispenser if it needs placed again. Because I think it would detect it as a full area. I don't know. That's how it works, though. Yeah, I mean, it works. I don't understand it fully, but it works. It's expanded a little bit. It's got a roof now. Oh, yeah. Particle tweaks, by the way. I think that, actually, this might be particle rain. Is this one caused by particle rain as well? But I don't know if you know, like, we've got waterfall fog. I want to double check. Is that particle rain that's doing that one? Or particle rain? No. I mean, it could be rain. Is it you? Like, if I do that. No. I don't know what that, if it's not that one. Is it you? Ah, yeah, it's this one. So, particle tweaks. Particle tweaks, I believe it is this one. Splash particles can be spawned similar to Cave and Cliff trailers. I think it's that one. Or big splashes. I did turn these off. These are too much, but... Let's go back into the dramatic entrance of my base. It is a bit foggier with the end rods down there, but I kind of like the end rod fog abyss I've got going on. One thing that I was not expecting, though, my shaders are doing cast little light from this. So this is purple, but the Skulk is doing blue, and then the grass has light above it, which is giving me a bit of green, and then there's purple coming out of this countering it. So we've ended up with a heat map coming off the center. Oh, I need to go to my storage. Whoop. Other storage. Oh, by the way, everybody, I didn't show this off in the stream, but if you've been hanging around long enough, look. This is Mari, who is also my TTS pet, so we got Mari here. Custom skin for armadillos named Mari Apide. And she walks around all on her own. And just a show. So she is tied to this little guy down here. And then this little guy just looks for a chest. You can see if I get right there. It looks for a chest, and because he's on Soul Sand, he goes slow enough that it'll never pull too hard. But he just walks around, and we'll take her on a walk. And it lets her kind of wander around up here without having to worry about her getting somewhere or something happening. But yeah, she just walks on her own. I was pretty happy of setting this up. I thought it was clever. And this is my storage system, which is not full, but you can see all the chests here. But what's really nice is I can just go like this. So all of these are armor stands. And the armor stands are far enough back I can click on the chest. I do have a fox. This is Tonberry. Tonberry has a squeaky toy. But this is Tonberry. But yeah, I need to work on this more, but this is my storage system. I need to go to Overlook. Oh yeah, if I do this. Woo! 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 Okay, how's it gonna look? Beautiful! I use keybinds to bind the corkscrew buttons to it to left and right on my arrow keys. So I can just do aileron rolls. No. Yeah. That's an aileron roll. I can just do aileron rolls while I descend. But yeah, I like that contrail. I haven't seen anybody else on the server with their own contrails yet. You can change the color of your own contrails if you want, but there are a lot of like preset ones in there of different pride flags. I just typed non-binary for mine, but they've got rainbow. I don't know what all ones they have. I haven't like tested a bunch of them, but is it a lighter mod? Yeah, it should be. It should be a super light client side one. Like it's just a particle that only appears when you fly, and you can set how long they appear for. So just to kind of show this, so if I go to, I just type Elytra here, and we go to Elytra Contrails, right? You can set it on here and go to others trails or server syncing. So if you're having lag issues with it, you can do max online width, but you could set this here to say they're only going to show for 3 seconds. I think by default, they only have like a 5-second lifespan. I upped mine to 30, and I maxed the server on my end to 30. So I'm not going to see them longer than 30 seconds, but I will see what you have. I can send my trail settings and show all that. And then other people can set theirs. I could limit theirs if I wanted. I did set this to be other trail. But I think this is the default it gives everybody if they don't have it set up. So I just set it to 30. This is what I'll see on others. But yeah, you can set the server settings and then whether or not you want it. Oh. But yeah, I like it. Elytra Contrails is a really cute one to really let people make a name for themselves kind of thing, right? Like, you can brand it, you can put whatever flag you want. I don't know what all flags they have, just to be clear. I haven't, like, looked at the list. Again, if I go in here, Elytra Contrails, and we click that, your trails. And like I said, there's a trail width. I upped mine. I think it's like default a lot smaller. I made mine 0.3. 0.3 feels good. I made mine last 30 seconds. But the key thing is I wrote non-binary here. It says example, rainbow, transgender. I know lesbian was one that was shown off as an example. But you could put all sorts of things here and it would allow you to change that. I kind of want to go in and create my own preset to maybe add the nebulous pride flag because I would really like to see that one, but rude, Tyga. But I think the nebulous pride flag would look really good, especially against my my model. But yeah, I need to spend some time soon, maybe tomorrow, since I'm off tomorrow. I want to finally get the sun and moon added to the day-night cycle on my overlay. Because if you haven't noticed and you've been hanging here a while, did you know that my stream has a day-night cycle? Like, it's been changing like every hour. Every hour it goes through an entire 24 hours in my little universe that I've got down there. But it actually changes time of day. Originally we had it so it only matched the time of the stream. But putting in an entire day-night cycle felt more fun. I think it's 20 minutes of day, or it's 20 minutes nighttime, 20-minute transition to daytime, 20 minutes daytime, 20-minute transition, so it's like an 80-hour full cycle. But what it is tied to is when I start my morning stream, it'll always be daytime. When I start my nighttime stream, it'll always start nighttime. That's the only thing it's tied to. As far as like which one it is. It's based on what time I start my stream. Just, is it the morning stream or is it the afternoon stream? Bum, bum, bum. But I would say it's been a really good stream today. Again, I do want to remind people, like, hey, if you've been hanging out here and you've been enjoying the vibes, consider clicking the follow button. I stream a lot. I stream Minecraft about 3 times a week, sometimes more. Like, I streamed it last night for an hour because I didn't really know what I wanted to play. But I usually stream it 3 times a week at minimum. Right now has been the goal. And then we play a lot of other games as well. And we just try to vary things up so that way people get different
Who
bits of
needs
enjoyment.
taste buds anyway?
That's
Snowmate
rude.
has given us a gross bean.
Can we all agree that Snow is very, very rude? Alright, let's see what gross bean we get. Move that. Go here. I do have jelly bean. I have 2 different jelly beans. Looks like we ended up with what I believe is... Are you liver? Are you a liver bean? Yeah, liver and onions or cappuccino. We got liver and onions. Honestly, that one and the mint versus toothpaste one, least bad ones. But I say that as somebody who kind of is cool with liver and onions. Like, I guess not like a food I'm gonna order, but like, I'll eat it. It's never bugged me. I think it's kind of that same thing with like Brussels sprouts. I think it's been very rare that I've got a good one since I refilled them. Like, I got a batch that's like 90% bad ones, I think. I think that's the weird thing. I don't think they actually have a, like, planned method for how they do them. I think they literally, like... I think what it is they probably make a bunch of them, and then they just dump them all into a big vat, and then they scoop them out by weight. Like, it is complete luck what you get. Like, they probably have a complete, like, tumbler thing, doing it constantly, like, rolling and rolling and rolling, and then they just dispense the handful into the thing, so it's completely random. Where, ideally, they should probably be doing a weighted thing, where it's, like, 50-50 on all of them, right? Or, like, a 1 in 3 chance you get a good one, I think would be fine. Could you imagine getting an entire thing and it's just all the good ones? Like, how bad would you mess with somebody if the entire thing was good? I wonder if there's anybody who buys the gross beans and then, like, their whole big thing with it is, like, they just eat the gross beans. Like, or they just eat the thing of beans like they bought regular jelly beans. Which, arguably, a lot more expensive method for it. Like, jelly beans are considered to be cheaper than the gross beans. Because the gross beans have a gimmick, so you can charge more. Doo-doo-doo. Who knows? But I hope everybody's had a good chill time today. I know we've got some lurkers who may have not even realized they got raided into here, but I appreciate them nonetheless. Now, this is a spot that always gets me whenever it comes to these little bits, right? Like, we've got this little bump here. Do I want to remove this bump, or do I want to expand the bump? I feel like I understand why it's there, but I feel like it's too narrow. Like, I almost want to make that longer. Like, just extend it 2 blocks in both directions. We'll probably have to see when it's more there, but you get this curve, right? But then it's like curve and then I don't know. But I appreciate y'all hanging out. It has been an absolutely fantastic stream, but I will have to send you away soon. Mainly because my partner is going to be streaming again. And we've been at this for 4 hours, which is kind of our, like, far spot, right? Because I think it's very important that we step away. I don't know how, and I don't think it's a good idea for people to do this. I don't like people streaming for 8 hours because they don't take the proper breaks. They don't step away long enough. And if they do, then you also end up with a stream that has a lot of dead space where people are waiting for the stream to continue. I find it better to just break it up into 2. I probably screw my CCV that way. Like, I would probably have a better CCV if I just, like, stepped away for 30 minutes, ate lunch, whatever, came back and continued. Because then people who lurked or fell asleep with the stream open would still be there, right? But I don't think that's healthy or real to me. Maybe if I ever get to the point where I can do a partner push, which would be fantastic. That is an inevitable goal. I want to get partner again. Not for any reason other than I kind of need to prove to myself that I can get partner again. CCV is concurrent viewers. Or concurrent channel viewers. So how many people are actively watching, right? CCV is your average. Or average CCV is typically what streamers will look at. You need 70 CCV to get partner, that kind of thing. Basically, it's that number that just keeps going. Like, yeah, I have that many people on average. And my goal this year, and my goal for a few years actually, has been to get that up to 30. I just want to get it back up to 30. It's hard. A lot of it gets hindered as well because of my afternoon streams. My afternoon streams tend to only have about 20 viewers instead of any chance of pushing up there. But I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not going to remove my afternoon streams or anything. I think that there's such a good vibe to those afternoon streams that I would horribly miss y'all if I didn't do them as well. And I think those are good for my mental health. Because one of the things, like, with my streams is I want to showcase indie games, but I can't showcase them if I'm not giving it the right amount of attention, right? And I feel bad if I don't give them the attention they deserve. Like, I feel really guilty. So I always like putting indie games at giving them an entire stream, even if I end up not liking the game. I think it's important that we at least give it that much. Can I? Okay, how far can I reach? Can I reach there? I can't reach there, so right here. But yeah, CCV is concurrent channel viewers. And Twitch looks at having like 6 or 7 streams at like 70 in order to be considered for partner. But the main reason that one's important is at about 25 to 30, depending, is usually where a lot of paid opportunities for streaming games is. So, like, if a dev is like, hey, we want you to check out our game, you have enough viewers, we'll pay you to play it for a bit. It would help me out a lot. And obviously, I'll still check out games without being paid. I'm not one to go, oh, I totally should be paid for this. Like, that's not something I fully want to do. But if they're going to offer, I will happily take it. I am broke. I am a poor person. I am in poverty as far as dollar values matter on that. I am just lucky enough to have my own home due to a foreclosure way back that I was able to get funding for. But, like, I'm very lucky in that regard. But it's like money's tight, you know? So if I can get paid by playing a game that I would be playing anyway, you know I'm gonna do it, right? That's why you'll also see me do sponsorships of some games. Like, I'm mad because, like, Zenless Zone Zero just got offered to me to do a paid sponsorship with Zenless. To my understanding, has begun, like, Hoyoverse in general has begun using Gen AI for their stuff, so I don't want to touch theirs, but I'm annoyed because they just offered. It's like, because I know they pay, and it's just like, I'm not doing it. I've got morals, and my morals say no Gen AI, and we avoid Gen AI if we know a game has it. If we find out too late, we critique the shit out of it. Speaking of, fuck the space one we did that was a mobile or PC game last time, because that had Gen AI that I didn't know was there, and I'm mad about it. I did apologize in the Discord where the people who are taking part in it know, but I also can't typically speak negatively about games while I'm doing a sponsorship with them, but I will loudly mention being anti-Gen AI when I am not doing the sponsorship. Because screw that. And I am mad that I got the money, but it's like, it's $350 I wouldn't have otherwise. Like, I need money. Can you eat everyone that uses Gen AI? You can eat everyone that uses Gen AI intentionally, Taiga. Everyone that does it intentionally. There's a key bit of information there. People do not intentionally use Gen AI quite often. But, like, anybody who has ChatGPT installed on their phone, you can eat all of them. I will not stop you. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ugh. Do-do. Okay, let me check something. 'Cause I need to eat. I genuinely need to eat, but I need to check. Yeah. Alright. But I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. It does, like I said, it means a lot. You have all been absolutely wonderful people, and I'm so happy you joined me today. But we are going to be ending. So I'm going to roll some credits, but I thank you all so much for chatting and spending time with me and being here and being such a fantastic, fantastic community. If you're not in the Discord, there is a Discord link down below you can click on, or I can pop it in chat really quick. Where's my button? There it is. If you're interested in that, we have movie nights, we have anime nights, all that stuff. But again, thank you to everybody who rated and subbed. I missed it on the scroll by, and it's a really long list of follows today, so I don't have that at the ready. But I appreciate y'all so much for spending time with me. It really, really has been fantastic. But I am going to send you away. We're going to go raid back to my partner. Normally I don't raid back, but I don't really have the energy to search for somebody today. But I hope I will catch some of you later tonight, and then the rest of you maybe on Friday if you're interested. But either way, I hope I will catch you again. Please take care of yourselves. You have all been absolutely lovely. That said, see ya. Love ya. Bye-bye.
あ、感じる。コスモを感じるわ。